And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate it. Coming to you from the Alien Studios from a galaxy far, far away. And we have some interesting stuff to talk about and things to research. We'll be switching over to the other screen so everybody can see me. Alright, so hello, everyone. It's me, Alien Spaceship, and hope all of you have been having a nice Wednesday. We are back now, and we are going to see here. We are now going to see about starting the game while I talk about stuff, and then as the stream goes on, we will, talk about a variety of different things and look at articles and stuff. If the game doesn't seem to work out, we'll just go and do the other parts of it. Alright, put that out. Okay. And also, we're going to be reviewing stuff about. There's not much trials going on, but we'll be watching stuff about trials, different things like that as well. We'll be talking about more updates with that. Okay. Yeah, so Karen Reed trial ended a little bit earlier today. A lot of people were triggered by that. I'll switch over to the other screen. Okay, here we go. Right, this time we have the game up and running. Okay. Alright, so here's a pirate island. We're going to go and sink some ships. Now, there is this volcano underwater that's going to be erupting that Liberty told me about. Underwater, and that is something else I was looking into yesterday. I thought it would be something on land, but it was something underwater. And it's going to be erupting at some point, and it'd be interesting to see what type of reaction it has. Hello, Eugene. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. Today, the trials ended early. And people were triggered about that, but watching some other stuff, they're watching some other stuff. I was in their chat briefly, and now I'm here. So now Diddy's trial, it's not televised, but I've been looking at it through the other, it's basically like news updates through like news websites, but there's no one like there, like you can't. There's no cameras in the courtroom. And there was a trial in California we're watching a little bit earlier, and that was interesting. Yeah, so with these different, also there's some stuff with the chat. There's more people fighting over the Karen Reed situation, and yes, it's probably like one of the worst chat rooms because there's a lot of people there that like to quarrel and have fights, and without any kind of logic reasoning to it. But it was really, I was, as I said, in another chat, and I met some new people. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed that today. It was nice. So regarding the weather, it is getting a little bit more cloudy. It's getting more dark over here, where we're gonna have some different storms and stuff. Yeah, so able to get that ship sunk, and then there's that one, because that ship right there was able to completely be upgraded to the highest level. Right there. It doesn't seem like there's any new updates in the New Orleans inmate situation, but we'll see if any more get caught. I'll let y'all know. I saw this video recently where this person was showing a camera of the night sky very close, and there seems to be a lot of little UFOs and things floating around up there. It's not just satellites and stuff. There's other things are up there. So these, like in the country, like people can kind of see them really. It's really up there. So I think that is also interesting. We don't always know what those things are. Now, let's see. Really surprise. Yeah. So certainly something is out there. Certainly something is out there. And I'm just bouncing around different topics. As we play the game, and I'll read some things for y'all also. Last night I dropped to no bars on my phone. Wonder if it was a solar event. Okay, so Eugene, there's something going on right now where there's these solar storms that are coming from the sun going to our planet. I think that might be causing a problem, in my opinion, because globally, when the solar flare hit our planet, it caused outages all over the planet. Also, I think that is due to a lot of problems that are going on recently with that. So, yeah, I think, in my opinion, although it could be something else, it could be weather, or it could be something from. There's another one. There's more coming towards us. So we have to be watchful about. Just be aware of that. All right, getting those ships sunk right there. All right. Yeah, so people don't always think about this, but solar events and stuff from the sky will cause us problems at Earth. And I think that people have to be aware of things like this. Can do more harm than they think, because people think, oh, it's just the sun, it's not going to do anything. But, it can do stuff, because things at outer space also affect our planet here. Alright, so we're going to be sending bounty hunters after the pirate ship. Scared. Hello, Abby. It's great to see you. Hello there. And also, Eugene says, I usually get 4 bars and had them, but out of the blue, it went no bars for a few minutes. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, it could be other things by side, like weather and different stuff like that, but there is a solar activity going on with the solar storms coming to the planet. Yeah, so but yeah, Zero, I remember he was warning us about it, and he was actually quite correct, and they were coming. Right now, the game that is streaming is Pirates of the Caribbean. It's The Legend of Pirates Online, and it's the game that I usually play in the very beginning for a little bit while we while our guests come here. We just spend some time doing this and talk a little bit about what we're going to talk about, and then get into it. So yeah, it is The Legend of Pirates Online. It's based on the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, and it was a remake of the original Pirates of the Caribbean game that Disney had, but they took down. And then they also recreated Toontown. Toontown is another one that I have to do. It's been a couple of years. It's been over a decade since I played that game. They recreated that one too. It's like these goofy cartoon characters that throw pies at people in suits. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Hello, Sharon. It's great to see you. Hello there. And then there's this other stuff going on with the Mexican ship. So I made a video about the with the New York Times article why it's possible that a tugboat could have caused a problem with the ship sinking. Not sinking. I'm thinking of this game with the ship having a collision and the ship having a problem with the sails. And some people were like, "It's a clickbait video," but they're just trolls because it's like it's based on a real article and it's a question. It's a question I ask. So, but anyway, that was a pretty good video, but it mostly people more like it than dislike it. But it's good information. So, but anyway, that is another possibility that a tugboat could have caused a problem with it. And also, it just there's no information about the ship. Like people have not been able to get on it yet to examine it because of permissions, and we still don't exactly know what happened. And the names of the people that were piloting it were not been released yet, so it's still kind of a mystery. You're very welcome, Abby. Yeah. So tomorrow there's going to be no Karen Reed, and I'll be live tomorrow. Also, and y'all could come hang out if y'all want. Basically, what occurred was the Karen Reed went on for a little while today. I saw and there was this witness. It was a dude. I liked him. He gave an interesting analysis. I mean, just the way he presented himself was good. And they had a couple other people. Then they had the uh, AOC lookalike. She was in the stand. So it was an interesting day, and the chat was. I was focused more on the people that I know the most. I was interested in debating people, but yeah, I made some people laugh, and I like it when I just like joke around in the chat and say little rhymes, and people like it. So that was something fun today. I like that. Yeah, Karen Reed's cringe. Yeah, Karen Reed cringe. Now, although I like going to the Diddy trial, even because I like seeing the building outside, I didn't go there today. But maybe I'll stop by there, another day. Basically, I think that the camera should be inside the courtroom, but I read y'all updates. I know it's a gross trial, but I read y'all updates about it as it comes along. But Diddy wasn't somebody that I listened to or really knew much about, and but I just kind of vaguely knew stuff about him, and then a little bit later, I knew he was kind of controversial. then all this stuff comes out. I really was not surprised. Thank you, Abby. I really appreciate that. And also, it is eerie regarding the boat. Correct. The strange occurrence that happened. Yeah. Howdy, Frog. It's great to see you, my friend. Welcome. I hope that you're doing. I hope everything's going well over there. Let's see. Uh oh. They're all going to attack me now. Yeah, and as I said, I like peace. I like keeping peace, and nothing is wrong with debates because there's a misconception possibly that I don't like confrontation. I love confrontation. I'm all about it. I've always debated since I was a young kid. But I like debating properly. And sometimes it's not necessary. Sometimes it's not necessary to have the debate. So I think it's good to keep the peace and have peaceful discussions about things as well. But if things get heated and out of hand in a debate, that's perfectly normal too. I have nothing wrong with that. That's why I love about this channel where we could all talk and debate about things. At the same time, I always like when I say that stuff, I say it for caution. For people to be cautious to not be too. It never happens. Y'all never take personally when y'all have a debate. Y'all never take it personally, but with each other, it's just something I say as a caution. So I think debates are great, and I've had callers on the show that we debate for hours and hours. It's fun, but at the same time, like in the trial chat and stuff, when people are getting out of hand and it's not going right, I am good at keeping the peace at Law and Crime chat, and I'm glad that the people like me there. I appreciate all of them. Like all those people in the chat really like all of us, the main group, and they like how I make people laugh and keep the peace. And I have to go to Cuba because they banned me from everywhere else. So I have to. It's over there. Okay. Anyway, did you hear he wasn't seen drunk or high a lot, Sharon? Yesterday when I was reviewing it with the chat, yes, I saw that he was not drunk or high a lot, and he was not on any substances allegedly or intoxicated, but he was there like in his mental state, in his normal mental state, which is actually quite frightening that in his mental state he's that disturbed. And I think the power corrupts. And I think that it attracts the worst and corrupts the best. Yeah, Sharon, you found that odd. Yeah, I found it odd too. And I don't know what is really truthful or not. I don't know if people could be lying or, there's something that we don't know. And Abby says, but I love the chat OGs because if they like you, they're like a wolf pack. They'll come to your defense and rip haters to shreds with no words. Oh, yes, Abby, and that's what everybody that says stuff to me and behind my back, everybody that I do have a lot of people on my side, and I do appreciate that. And those that are on my side and will defend me to and tear up the enemies like a pack of wolves. Because throw me to the wolves, and I'll leave leading the pack. So basically, and I appreciate the loyalty and the comradeship that we have. As I defend you all too, I defend you all as well. And we're one group working together. So yeah, I appreciate all of you. Shout out to all of you in the chat. Everybody here, appreciate you. Yeah, Sharon. So we're also talking about like Bundy and people that did those horrible crimes. Basically, they they were also had an addiction to what they were doing. Yes, and Abby, as I said, I don't really know of anybody talking behind my back specifically. I'm just putting that, out there that if, it has happened in history. It has happened in my time on YouTube. And I do agree I do agree with you, Abby, that it that people shouldn't be doing that and people could say things to me directly. So I do appreciate your support, and I do agree with you with that. People shouldn't be, because I don't bite. We don't. I do not bite. My fans bite, but I don't. So I don't mind people saying things directly to me. But it's happened before, Abby. To your surprise, it has happened. Nothing that I'm really aware of recently, but it's happened in the past. Uh, Yeah. So yeah, just consider the source. Yeah. And Abby said she bites only when provoked. Ah, yes. Just like a nice viper. Absolutely. Scared. And also, Sharon, I basically like Bundy and people like that and people that have addictions. I think that like their high was from the crimes that they were doing, and I think that Diddy, his high was from that stuff that he was doing. And maybe he was intoxicated or high, and they're not saying it, but I think his high was from the stuff that he was doing. Yeah. And so this is Cuba. It looks like a lot like Louisiana because it's kind of close. It's like in the Gulf, but it's kind of not right by where I am, but it's kind of the same terrain in some parts. Yeah. I've tried to sail to America, the United States continent, but this game wouldn't let me do it. Lauren, it's been so long. I am so glad to see you. We missed you so much, Lauren. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Eugene says, "I have been distracted and head in a fog recently. I need to change my diet." Scared. Ah, okay. Understood, buddy. And it will. It's always good to like when you see like something's not going right. Like when you wake up and say, "Is this going right?" We're going to go and talk about things and see yourself and be like, okay, is this going right or it's not going right? So yeah, if you feel like you have to change something, change it. But of course, anything in moderation is fine. But it's important to see the anything that you can see and do to improve a situation is fine. So thank you. I hope everything goes well for you, buddy. Well, hello, Remy. The OG is here. Always glad to have her around, as well as all of you. And I appreciate all of you watching me and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. And Abby says detectives took crime scene photos of my house today for my case. This shit is getting real. My mom is crying, Remy. Oh, well, as I said, I'm also Abby. I've known people that try to do stalking incidents and stuff to women on YouTube and on social media. Oh, hello, Breeze. It's been so long. Scared. I am so glad to see you, Breeze. I hope that that play went well, and you've been doing good. Hopefully, I'm glad that you came to tell us. Came here to hang out, or whatever. So yeah, Abby, I remember one of my mods one time. There's this individual that I used to debate with on my channel, and Eugene. I don't even know if you know about it. It happened maybe before you got here. I don't really remember if you were here or not. But basically, there's a time where one of my mods, she got stalked, and the person was being really creepy and said stuff about her. And yeah, he made a scene in my chat room, and he realized that wasn't a good idea, and I had to go and roast him, and we had to take him out. Steve Kerfuffle remembers, he was there. Abby, and I hope that you do get the therapy and whatever help you need, because it's very traumatic. I've had, okay, not like what you went through, but some people have been weird to me on the internet, but yes, I understand from the cases that I've examined that can be very traumatizing. Hopefully you get all the help you need. Rabbit. Yes, exactly, exactly. And I always want to defend my friends and the people that are with me, and I don't tolerate any kind of behavior. I don't tolerate trolling of me or my people on YouTube. Now, nothing wrong with disagreeing or being critical about stuff, but I do think it's important to, defend yourself against the people that cause harm. Bree says Alien Play starts tomorrow night, so it's not over for 2 weeks, but I have a new doggy sitting job until Sunday I'm home. Oh, okay. Well, shout out to the doggies that you're helping out. I'm sure that they're having a time of their life with you. And I love it when people help animals and pets. And Remy says, Sharon, how are you feeling? I hope you're well. And always here and message anytime. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, yeah. And anybody needs anybody to talk to, feel free to talk to whoever you feel comfortable with. Here is a great community of people to hang out with. Oh, yes. And I was just babysitting some of my cats, before I got here, and had a good time with them before I was able to come over this way. And a shout out to Bubbles. He's getting excited over there. And yesterday I went and hung out with him last night. Kind of slept by him for a little while. Y'all hilarious in chat. Yeah, shout out to the greatest, most amazing, fantastic chat on the internet. Todd, my man, welcome, buddy. It is great to see you. Shout out to Todd Carnifax. Awesome dude. Awesome. So, and Todd, I hope that you're having you had a good day today. I'm sure it may have been busy. I hope you've been doing well in general. If yeah, and have you been watching any games today or yesterday? I'd be interested to know any baseball games or any kind of sport. I'd be interested to know. I've been focused on some of this other stuff. I haven't been able to get around to look at it. Okay, good. I got some bats over here. But Dro, you have a good night too, and thank you for hanging out. For your support and hanging out with me and being here. I very appreciate you very much. Good night. All right, this is a back door I've not seen before, and we're gonna have to go into it. Scared. We have to go to this back door. Touch the floor. Lure. And Todd said, I have been very, very busy getting ready to fly to Florida in mid-June. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome, buddy. I'm glad that you're going to go to Florida. I hope you have an amazing time. What's this back door go into? Where are we going? Where's this go to? Oh, it's a back door that leads in to the tavern. Ah, okay. That's what this is. Been watching Guardians games too. Oh, okay, Todd. That's awesome. That's awesome. RUN. All right. Bend over. Grab the ankles. Grab my ankles and spell R. Okay, RUN. Scared. Well, that was fun, Abby. I like that. I enjoyed every minute of doing that. All right. So it's all going good in the game. Let's see. Has Silver, not the Silver Youth, has Sam been in this? Yeah, okay. Some dude in the pirate game I'm talking about. Miranda has not been here yet, to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. I don't know. She has not been in chat. No, not in chat. I don't know where she is. You're welcome, Abby. I'm glad to always cure your depression. It is my honor and privilege. Scared. Oh, I love bending over and grabbing my ankles. It's always fun. It's a dark enjoyment of mine. Scared. Oh, I'm glad that you like Miranda. That's very good. I'm glad that y'all accept me for who I am. That's great. I'm glad that I'm accepted. And I always like to have the strong women in chat, because I might be a scaredy alien. I might be scared of all the trolls and stuff. So I'm glad to have the strong ladies to protect me, as I'm scared. You ate a whole mango. Oh, I love mangoes. Oh, yeah. And Todd, that's terrible. You had to go through that. And, you're always such a sweet, nice man to everybody. Always welcoming people at Smoking Skin. I remember when you used to be a mod there. And when you would leave, everybody would, just like today, everybody would say goodnight to Todd. I'm like, man, I need to be like that too one day. And also, as I got there, I also am known by the channel more as I've gotten there as well. But yeah, it's unfortunate you had to go through that, but you always put a smile on everybody's face, Todd, all the time. Miss Linda, I am overjoyed to see you here. This is great. This is fantastic. We're getting all the gang together. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just a comedian tonight. That's what I am. Oh, Joyce, a lot of it's just me bending over and grabbing my ankles. That's what's going on, Joyce. We're just getting a little spicy in here. That's all. It's getting spicy. Scared. And I've been spelling RUN for Abby. It's been a release for me. It's been great. So we're just exploring different parts of me that I don't like to talk about most of the time, but I could talk about it to the strong ladies in the chat that protect me because I'm scared of the trolls. Oh, this is fantastic. We got Moki too. Well, what did I do to deserve such a treat? What did I must have done something right today to get everybody here. Pakistani mangoes. Ah, okay. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's a cool. Oh, I'm sure they're delicious. I want to try that one day, Remy. That sounds really good. Oh yeah, Joyce, you heard me right. Yeah, yeah. It's just, Abby wanted me to bend over and say run, to spell run, and I'm gonna grab my ankles too because I like doing that, and I spelt run. I got into a rant while I love doing that all the time. It's just something fun I like to do. And we're going to post this comment. Okay. No retrial until Tuesday. Oh yeah, joysticks. Yeah. I'm making all the Earthlings laugh. I'm gonna break those Timu funny bones again. That's what I do that too much. I'm gonna get a class action lawsuit against me for you know doing that with the trolls. I'm gonna get the class. No, what I'm gonna do is get the class action lawsuit against me by making these people laugh all day long. I've been making people laugh. I'm just gonna get the class action lawsuit. Scared. Todd, I get it. We all are. No retrial until Tuesday. Okay. And then she says, I get it. We all are here for you. Very understanding. And God bless your strength. Joyce, LMAO, Alien. Ah. Yeah. Alien, you have to try them. So delicious, but they're seasonal and they're in season now. Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Linda's. Oh, she's starstruck at me. Oh, yeah. Well, as I said, I'm around the right people. I need the. I said I need tough ladies because I'm scared of the trolls. I'm scared of everything. Scared. Yeah. And as I said, I just don't care. I'm just unprovocable. I just say what I say. Like if I offend someone, I don't care. I just say what I gotta say. Yes, and Todd has a very good point there. Excellent. And I'm going to read what Todd said. It was a very good statement. Todd says, Alien, I try to respect everyone, but when it comes to stuff below the belt or bullying, I draw the line. Off the collar comments, too, was raised early in life to know right from wrong. You see, Todd, I also agree with you. I don't respect trolling or bullying, what we call trolling now. Yeah, I don't respect bullying either. And that is not tolerated in the spaceship or anywhere else. I don't appreciate it. People that are low lives that have to put other people down to make themselves look better. I feel sorry for those people. I just completely ignore them, in the way that I would cut off people that are doing stuff like that. But and when the people are trolling or bullying, it's something you got to go and roast, you know. And basically, I totally agree. It's something necessary that must be done, Todd, and I'm glad that you are like that. You know, always admired your character and valor because you see, like basically with me, like I will say stuff on here that people disagree with. I might do things. I'm not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect alien, and also I acknowledge there's flaws, and also I will say that I am. But one thing about me that's a good character, if I say or think something, I say what I think, and I don't care what other people think of me. So I will say my opinion if that I believe is true, and I don't care who I offend. I don't uh, go and sugarcoat anything. I say how it is. And Abby says, "Yeah, they're not happy people. They're not happy people. You know, and I've dealt with trolls before on my stream that like the phone lives. Like there's times when I talk to them, and some people snap out of it. Some people could act normal. I've tamed them before, and basically, and Abby says you are perfect, perfect in your own way because true perfection is limitless. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate that. I guess I am perfect in my own alien way. Yeah, what test do you speak of, Abby? If you want to share with us, you don't have to. What tests are these that you're speaking of? And whatever tests they are, I hope that everything can work out peacefully. We have to go see Joyce's boyfriend, Captain Jack Sparrow. That's something I got to do real quick. Let's go back to Tortuga and let's see her boyfriend real quick. Scared. Yeah, shout out to Eugene. I always appreciate him. I've known him for quite a while, and always on my side. I appreciate that. Eugene, I always like your profile. I love all y'all's profile pictures. And with Eugene, I like the bear picture. It's very cute. And also, you make very nice music too on your channel. Yeah, cursed. Are you lurking? Zero. Are you lurking, boy? Boy, are you lurking, boy? Uh, we all came out to play. We've come out to play for a new day. And Abby says pregnancy. I know I test positive on drug tests like the ganja and the something else through the different things. But so basically, yeah. So I hope it works out. Everything works out for you. Yeah. Todd says, truth be told, there are times on SNS people disrespect, and Damon does it too. So I have to leave the room to cool off and try to ignore the comment. Okay, understood, Todd. Thank you. And I'll be aware of that to not do that myself. Zero is a dude. Yeah. He's called into my show before. And him and I have had an intellectual conversation on religion and stuff. As I said, I will host a panel where we could all debate about things. Yes, Remy is a dude. With the biggest wang. Yes. And also, Moki said, I assume Frog the way you hop after Remy. Yeah, shout out to him. And Joyce is 100% female. And, you know, I'm about 20% female. Scared. According to Mikey B, I'm a female. All right, we're back. Remy has the biggest swankter. Yes. Yes, she has the biggest bullwhip to whip out. That's what she has. The biggest, thickest bullwhip to whip out. I'm just a tiny little. I'm a little tiny a piece of a plastic fork. That's what I am. That's why, you know, we need Remy around here. Scared. And Gloria said hermaphrodite. Ah, yes. Yes, that is true. That's true. We have the hermaphrodite. Shout out to the hermaphrodite of the spaceship. Scared. Scared. And she's a short the white alien. Blame the white aliens. We gotta drop that. I think he is really embarrassed or something. I hope he's not. It was just funny. Okay, Moki, I don't know for certain, and I've known Mikey B when I was in YSL for a long time, and it's hard for me to believe he didn't think that I was a dude. I could have sworn he thought I was a dude. But I've known him for over a year or more. Also, he's only flirted with me that one time to make his move. But Moki, he subscribed to me, and when I was going, he did subscribe to me, and he would go to my live. I don't think he was bothered by it, and I don't know if sometimes he doesn't always come. He might come and go to the streams. I don't think that he permanently left, but as I said, I don't know for certain. I hope he's okay too. It was all in good fun. I mean, it happens quite often. There was one time I was in another stream back in 21 or 22 when a dude that had Scottish ancestry was talking to me, and we're having a good time, and he was telling me how beautiful I am. And I said, as a guy like you, I think you're a cool dude too. And the dude never talked to me again. Yeah. Now, guys that are gay and bi love me and think I'm beautiful. And sometimes they might hate on me when they're jealous. But, as I said, because it's a part of my eye that they think it's a girl. All right, there he is, right there. All right, Joyce, enjoy yourself. There he is. That's Joyce's boyfriend, Captain Jack Sparrow, right there. I'm being a clown. I'm being a jester. Shout out to Rumber Hedril. He is the jester of Law and Crime, and he has. I learned a lot also from him too. Yeah, he's a jester. Now I'm being the jester. Yeah, putting the moves on me, exactly. In Moki, how dare they assume our gender? Like, what if we're gender fluid? What if we're gender neutral? And it's like people assuming my gender. One day I might want to identify as a plastic spoon or something. I mean, I don't know. I could be identify as a microphone. You know. So as I said, people are assuming genders. Everybody, I'm joking. I'm trying to be funny. I'm attempting to be funny again. And beautiful. Yeah, hilarious, Remy. And oh, Frog never called the beautiful, gorgeous supermodel Remy Nass beautiful. Well, that is a crime right there. I'm gonna pardon him for that, but that's a crime right there. I will simp for Remy. That's what I do. And but other people not doing that, I'm appalled. I'm out the crying my pillow right now because he didn't call her that beautiful. Whoa. Well, Frog needs to hop over on the leaf in the water and croak a beautiful song. Todd said, keeping my mouth shut on sensitive issues. If I talk about them, I get myself in trouble, so I keep quiet. Okay, Todd, understood. And if you disagree with something, just in general, let me know. It's okay. Correct me if I'm wrong about something. But anyway, understood, Todd. A very good character. A very cool dude. Yeah. And yeah, hell yeah, I'm making everybody laugh again. Oh. And Moki said, I think Bev wants to go to the beach for a holiday weekend. Yeah. Yeah. And basically, and if people want to identify as different genders and stuff, that's their business. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just, like I said, I'm saying stuff for comedy stuff. So, well, frog, come back. I'm a girl. I scared the frog. Oh, you scared my frog. Oh, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna cry a river. I'm gonna cry a river. I'm gonna hang my head and cry. The reason why it's cloudy outside is because the moon didn't want to hide its face because the frog left and Remy wasn't called. Okay, Remy wasn't called beautiful by a frog. The frog hopped away, got scared off. I mean, what kind of fairy tale is this? It's like almost like the Grimm brothers fairy tale. Come on, really? Come on. I got all of my energy, my emotional energy, with my scared energy. I'm just gonna let all my emotions out. The and now I'm gonna be 40% woman and cry into the pillow because man, it's like the princess Remy and the frog. Come on. So hopefully there's a better ending to this story. I'm gonna be optimistic, but I can't guarantee it. Scared. Don't forget to hit the like button because there are some people it seems that can humor my alien self. So people can humor all of my alien quirks with all of my 10 million mods I have that have timed out people by mistake, have done all kinds of things. I mean, I'm just a lucky alien to have this group. So if y'all hit the like button and humor me, you'll make me blush more than I'm already blushing. Exactly, the frog needs a kiss. The frog needs a Timu kiss. I see. I can do a Timu kiss because the Timu moved to my planet. I was saying in another stream earlier that the Timu moved to my planet, and I told the Timu told me to buck her up, Buttercup, and now I got Timu cuties. All right, Todd said, I will say this. I'm a Christian. I'm not better than anyone else. I know. However, when it comes to scripture on sensitive issues, I follow the Bible, not trying to be judgmental. Todd, I'm a Christian too, and I follow the Bible as well, and I do agree with you. Amen. Amen. And also, thank you for that. And it said we are religious friendly. I am a Christian, and we have religious people in the chat. And as I said, that is welcomed, and that's what we follow. Yeah. Now there is different people of different political spectrums and religions here, because I got everybody on YouTube in the one place. So just be aware there are people that are a little bit different, but you could debate them. That's fine, or not. It's okay with me. Yes, and Todd, I am heterosexual too. I'm straight as well. And I'm not gay at all. I'm straight. And also, I agree with you completely. And also, I am able to humor different things that happened to me on YouTube and make a comedy out of it. But yes, I'm also straight. I like, women only. Yes. So we're both on the same page on that. Now, the ladies might disagree with that, but they understand my front that I'm giving. Yes. But as I said, and also, Todd, the disclaimer, the stuff that I'm saying is for humor. It's for comedy. A lot of the stuff I'm saying is humorous. Right. But Todd, I agree with you. We're on the same page. Right. So Joyce said, I need the real Captain Sparrow in my life just one night. Oh, yeah, Joyce. That could be arranged. I could be like, hey, Captain Sparrow, I raised your black pearl again when Herd sunk it. And also, basic. I'm making myself laugh now. All right. So anyway, yeah, and you see, Eugene knows the truth about me. He's saying that I am a trisexual. Yes, and trisexual. Try anything. Yeah. Oh, well, Todd. Yeah, there's been times where there's been some people that are quite fond of me, but as I said, I'm straight. But things have interesting stories, Todd, that will make you blush. That people have tried to come on to me, but as I said, I'm polite. I'm like, I'm not into that. But that's a nice compliment. But as I said, yes, Todd, yeah, we're on the same page, buddy. And the chat is wild tonight. Alien spaceship is revealing himself completely. I think that might be all right. Moki's a recovering Democrat, and I am too. Look at my pirate. He just bent over in front of Captain Jack Sparrow. Joyce is extremely jealous and fuming that she's not in the game. I need to bring the real Captain Jack to her for one night, and she will have the time of her life. And that is a true thing. And then she said, "I'll just throw him on the shower for a few hours." Moki scared, and also Abby says, "Yeah, we are kidding. Like we party here. Everyone is accepted, no matter what." Yes, yeah. And also, Todd, there's a lot of women in the chat because I like talking to women. Also, and also as we were saying. Moki, and also, Eugene was cringe pilled. Yeah, so with me, with my thing is that my family going back generations were Democrat on my mom's side. For many generations. And, yeah, and Todd, that's okay. That's okay. Now, you're talking something in person, somebody, oh, Todd, something happened to me on YouTube one time. And now what I'm referring to is people that are just not being creepy and just give me a compliment, but you did the right thing, Todd. You see, there is an incident where during my phone live, there is a troll. Oh, hello, Aaron, good to see you. So, basically, this person that was like that was trying to figure out where I lived and trying to trick me into saying where I lived, and he blocked out the chat. Okay, I blocked him out the chat. I didn't fall for it, but I'm not in person. But yeah, in person you gotta defend yourself. Yeah, because Todd, there's a lot of creeps out there. Like Abby has a stalker, there's creeps. But like I said, yeah, I totally understand what you mean. I had to block out people. I had to block out people that were being too weird to me too, Todd. But it was on the internet. It wasn't like in person, like what you're talking about. It totally, yeah, that's even more crazy. Yeah. Since I was a kid, I was always a ladies' man. When I was in kindergarten, in 2001 or 2, I had my first girlfriend. Yeah, I always had girlfriends. Always loved the ladies. And but I like to say stuff for humor. It makes the ladies laugh. I say things for humor. Yeah, everybody's been super sweet, and I've been very civilized, and basically it's been just an amazing chat with me just being nonchalant and talking about things. I've not been making anybody laugh or anything like that. I've just been putting everybody to sleep because of my 2 moose slumber. And also you have Frog. Oh, Frog came back. Well, I am going to cry tears of joy because we have Frog returning to me. Oh, I'm getting emotional. Yeah, so Aaron, we're all getting along tonight. That is all right. And then we have yeah, so oh, I'm still a ladies' man. Oh, I'm glad to know that. Oh, I'm gonna get emotional, and I'm gonna go and cry an ocean, and that all the everything's flowing through me. I'm still a ladies' man. Facts. The alien ladies' man. That's great. And also, Todd, I've been hated by people for being cool with the ladies. Well, Todd, one time I was in a live stream. It was Nemo's Dreamscape. He has like an old like vintage 50s or 60s picture a video that loops like a cartoon with some old music in the background. And there is Bonnie and Clyde, like we're in the back seat with Bonnie and Clyde. And I was talking to this lady that was just likes cats and stuff. We're just having a conversation. Sharon, the pirate is drunk as a skunk and fell asleep. And he's sleeping standing up. He was so enchanted by Captain Jack Sparrow's handsome self that he just was put in a trance. And I guess the pirate was put under a spell by Joyce because my pirate was trying to go with Captain Jack, but Joyce said no, it's only hers. And yeah, so Todd, I was chilling on the stream, and basically the dude went, "Oh, hello, Duke, my friend. Good to see you, bro." So basically, what happened with this person, I was talking to the lady, just having a regular conversation, and this dude in Italy that we're talking to was telling me that all I do is just want to talk to the ladies. And all I want to do is talk to the women. I'm just like, dude, I'm just talking to people in a chat room. Yeah, it was just some older cat lady that was just... and I was talking to her about aliens, and she came to the channel. This happened in 22. It was the same day... something else crazy happened earlier, but yeah, I was just hanging out, and we're talking about aliens and grays. Nothing vulgar or anything. But dude's like, oh, you want to talk to the women. And then that other time I was telling you about with that stalker that was messing with one of my mods... He was telling me, oh, alien, you like to talk to older divorced women. How very Christian of you. It's like they have like real, stupid energy. So I've dealt with a lot of morons. So basically, I was talking to the lady. We're having a good time. And this happened in 22 or 23. It was a long time ago. And the same day, so there's an elderberry tree in my yard. I recall my friend telling me, shout out to Duke, shout out to... everybody that's coming in here, and especially the lurkers, So I was like, early that day, my friend Douglas, I knew a long time ago, would talk about aliens with. That's not his name, it's his code name. But basically, he told me about with elderberry, it has to be cooked first before eating it. And I'm thinking, I don't know for certain. I'm thinking, and then I looked it up, and something said it was edible. And I said, you know what? We all, at some point, life's too short to be worried about these things. It's kind of stupid, but I was like, I was going to eat some raw. So I ate some of the elderberry raw. And to my lovely surprise, and yeah, Alien the MILF Hunter. Yeah. Scared. So, to my surprise, we. Uh, I looked it up again, and elderberry has cyanide in it when it's not cooked. So I felt like a really happy camper. Todd has breaking news. Breaking news. Media reports reports have U.S. based Diego Garcia on full alert action possible against Iran very soon. Okay, thank you. And Abby said, I find there's people out there that will bitch about the dumbest, most insightful stuff that pervs them off. Meanwhile, everyone should mind their own business. Exactly, exactly. It is our duty to talk to ladies at any opportunity. Scared. And as I said, I don't necessarily go out and talk to divorced older married women. I don't do that. I don't know what he's talking about. I just have a lot of. I just like talking to ladies and bringing them to my channel. I mean, it's not anything wrong. I like talking to men and got my guy friends. I like talking to my guy friends and bringing them to the channel. I don't care either way. But people have to start hating. So as I said, and then with the elderberry, and I know what to do if some of you get poisoned. So the Poison Control Center. The poison controls. Okay, Remy says, let's not talk about Iran, please. All right, Remy, understood. What Todd is doing is we're not being for or against it. We're just talking about like a news update. Something's going to happen. We're not being for or against it. We're just talking about the news. But as I said, Remy, we're not talking about Iran. We're talking about my stories and the trials and stuff. All right. And also, basically, as I was saying, posture as is pirate. Older divorced woman with money. Scared. Yeah, so as I said, people just making up stuff about me. It's all good. Yeah, because you're the ladies' man and true Duke. Yeah. And also, basically, when you get poisoned or something, it's recommended to drink plenty water. To drink as much water as possible. To drink and drink and drink water. And because one time my grandpa got poisoned, he drank something by mistake that wasn't right. And then they said to drink plenty water, and I did that, and I was okay. But it was just a small amount of cyanide, not much. So I don't know what it would have done, but thank God I was okay and I didn't get hurt. Then the next day, and then that night, I had to deal with the angry Italian because I'm talking to ladies. I mean, so Todd, I've been through some things. I could talk about stories for days. So Todd, I've not been in person with somebody that caused me a problem, and you're very brave and noble to stand up for yourself. Because in person, it's even more serious. But in the internet, I've dealt with morons before. All right, and you have too, because you know about trolls as well. Someone give. Oh, he's back. He's better. He's better. All right, the pirate is better now. To be fair, the pirate is fighting for his life. Scared. Y'all, I wonder if we can watch the ID doc on Re tomorrow or on the other neutral day, non-trial days. Moki, we can do that if you'd like. We'll do that. Sure. I'll be glad to. Yeah, now we're charging. We're Temu charging. And also, Todd, he gives us updates about breaking news around the world. So as I said, we're not talking about anything specific. He gives us updates about what's going on. All right, that's all he's doing. And Remy says, when it comes to Iran, U.S. is the aggressor. Yeah, as I said, I don't, no, I'm sure, America does like to do stuff like that, Remy. It's known for doing different foreign wars and things, but I don't know enough to really comment much about it. But as I said, I hear you, Remy. I hear you, Remy. They make money from war. Remember that, Remy. America likes to do stuff, Remy. It likes to have wars and stuff throughout its history. As I said, I don't know enough about it, but I understand what you mean. No more prisoners arrested. No more prisoners arrested, but last night there was a fifth one that was captured. And Remy, I'm sick of propaganda too, okay? I'm sick of propaganda also. And Joyce said, your dude needs to lay down, alien. he looks... he doesn't look well. And Todd says, I've stayed away from dating for a while because some women putting too many requests and demands on my relationship. It's like women's list of stuff has more priority at first. Yeah, Todd, George Washington said no company's better than bad company. Yeah, I don't like fake news. Yeah, I don't like fake news. Yeah, Todd has an interest in journalism. And he's not, yeah, Todd's not taking any side. He's not taking any side. And Remy, it's good to know what's going on so you're aware that more propaganda might be being spewed. So as I said, Todd will give us updates about earthquakes, about anything. So y'all just make your own opinions about what Todd says, but we're not against anybody. We're just focused on being aliens chilling on a spaceship. So yeah, but anybody can make, like Remy could say what she thinks, whatever. It's all good. I don't care. I don't even care. It's like we need to be focused on America, not overseas. We need to be focused here. There's homeless veterans. There's homeless people in LA being stupid. There's problems here. Yes, and Remy, that is true. Remy is not anti-nation, creed, or faith. Yeah, Remy is fine. Yeah, she does. She's not against anybody or any group. She's always sweet to all people, and that's I appreciate that because remember at Law and Crime, like she'll be nice. There's a holiday or something. She's very cool, very nice to everybody. I always appreciate her, and I'm glad to have her on board. I don't like people that are against others. I don't tolerate that. And Abby says, and as I said, there's different religions here. There's all kinds of different people in one place. So, we have an interesting group of people. And Abby says, or the people like Wade Wilson fangirls that said they'll help them no matter what or be deleted. Exactly. That's what Karen Reed I think is going on. That they're just interested in that. Yeah. Nomad, I am so. Nomad is here too. I am so awesome. So glad to see what's going on. And Todd, keep us posted about what's going on. If you get any more updates, I'll be interested to know what's going on. All right. And hello, everyone. Yeah, hello there, Nomad. It's great to see you. Awesome. Exactly. The same with UK. They send billions to Ukraine. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Remy. Exactly. Yeah. It's all the all the foreign conflicts. It's like it's not against any country. It's like all of them. There's all these foreign things. We have to be focused on our own nations. Yeah. So yeah, and Duke is giving Remy a shout out, and they're talking about that baby oil. Karen Reed has diarrhea. Yeah. For real, there are people that romanticize deleters, Joyce. I'm about to pop a gummy. Mama needs it. Well, go for it. Mama needs it for faux show. Faux show. Exactly, Remy. Exactly. Yeah, sort your own mess out first before you go over somewhere else and try. It's like billions and billions of dollars. It's like, as I said, UK could have problems. They could be fixing something. America could be fixing something. I tell you, Remy, in LA, and Todd also knows this, and my Smoke and Scan fam knows this, that we have so much in LA, in California, in different parts of the country. There's tons of homeless people. There's people, we need help here. And it's absurd to do these other things. So, yeah, I agree with you, Remy, completely. Abby says, people are wild. Our brains are wild. Floating brains we are. Yes, absolutely. War is good for the elites, not good for us plebs. Exactly. War, it makes them rich. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Abby, I think I'll have diarrhea and gonorrhea with the side of herpes. That's what I'll have. Thank you. The OG Al Capone had gonorrhea, so I gotta be an OG too. I'm part Italian. I gotta be an OG like him. Also, Moki was saying, I have been interested in Karen Reed clip when people are ready. If anyone's interested, Moki, you could send it to me again. I have it saved, but you could send it to me when you want. About to say some graphic language, so viewer discretion is advised. LA is a clusterfuck. Skid Row is disaster, and that's for the starters. Scared. FYI, some of us have been watching a stabbing trial with Trial TV Live. Court will be on tomorrow. Yes, Smokey, that's true. That's true. Yeah, shout out to Trial TV Live. Always been cool to me. Never said anything weird about me. He's always been nice to his subscribers and his cats, his viewers. Yeah, shout out to that dude. Awesome, man. Yeah, Moki, send me the new one. Send me the new one. I'll gladly play it. Abby, you're right. I could order more. I'm being a bit bashful. Because I'm a scared alien. So, thanks. Thanks, dear, for that. All right. So, I will have some syphilis. I thought he had gonorrhea, too. I know he had syphilis. Maybe I remembered that wrong. All right, I'll take syphilis and HIV, and I'll take the... I think I said herpes, but I'll have that. And also, I'll have chronic vomiting, too. I think that's a little bit more bold, but I know that I could do better. I need some monkeypox also. Okay, he died of syphilis. Okay. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Well, we got the links from Moki. The boss sent me what I need to review. So the game is still there, and we could always go back to it, but we're going to go to these links and show some cringe. the microphone here. Yes, the Timu Mustache Man had an STD. Allegedly, yes. He had a lot of things wrong with him, like towards the end. He also had Parkinson's disease also. Rest in eternal peace, not the Sith. Scared. All right, let's go to the first link. All right, going to get the volume controls right here. All right. Right, Retimu loading. All right, this is something to listen to very closely. All right. We're going to put it here. Fugitives caught, internet back. All right, so I'll read this real quick. I saw the Daylight episode, Karen Reed 2024, watching it again now. This made me jump. She said, I started feeling like I, then stops herself, makes a startled face. He's had to have gotten hit by a vehicle or a snowplow. All right. Scared. All right, Todd. See you later, buddy. Take care.
I think she might have called a couple hospitals.
All right, listen closely.
I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. I think she might have called a couple hospitals. And I started feeling like he had to have gotten hit by a car or by a snowplow.
All right, so you see there, it's like she's trying to stop herself from saying something she knows she did. So I think, wow, this is a very telling story right here. All right, so we're gonna go try that again. Let's watch again.
My friend did not come home last night. I think she might have called a couple hospitals. And I started feeling like he had to have gotten hit by a car or by a snowplow.
You see how she's talking? She's trying to be careful what she's saying. That's what I think, in my opinion. Oh, hello, Liberty. You came at the perfect time. Oh, I know, Joyce. We got a clown show in chat. Clown show. This is our clown show. Clown show chat. And hello, Liberty. We're talking about. I was being a clown. We're just like making jokes and stuff. So now what we're going to do is we're talking about some Karen Reed stuff and some links that Moki sent me. And now we're going to this is like basically with the Karen Reed trial, how Karen Reed seems to be trying to stop herself from saying something because she's lying. All right, here we go.
Terry, I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. I think she might have called a couple hospitals. And I started feeling like he had to have gotten hit by a car or by a snowplow.
Yeah, you see, she's about to say it, but then she stopped herself because she knows what she did. The second one, the second one, doing that. Okay. All right. Site.
So,
Okay, here we go. We're about to play another clip. All right, gotta love the Karen Reed clips. Karen said she made a point turn that confirms Lexus and phone data. She said JOK's VM records her on walking around John's garage at 12:41 a.m. And then we got an unseen clip. We think John was deleted around 12:25 to 12:30. All right, here we go.
we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. And I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
Yeah, that is very interesting information right there. Exactly, exactly. And also, we have. This is the Karen Reed case.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on the night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
Exactly. Right there. That's also something else. Right there. Just a complete. It's like, come on. It's like what are we doing? Scared. Yeah.
I do. I mean, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think we died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Yeah, exactly. See, they got into a fight. So maybe it's like what Moki was saying, that she was angry at him. All right, here's another one. I'm going to read this. Joyce, have a good night. Thank you for being here, and see you on the next one, and on the next streams I see you on. All right. I will be live at some point tomorrow, but also hopefully we'll also see you at the Trial TV Live, and also see you, on here or there, or both. All right. So take care. All right. The top 10 reasons why I can't wait for the Karen Reed trial to be over. Tired of the dissent in the true crime community. Tired of trying to explain there is zero proof that ATF agent who has his job was not reprimanded anyway, much less accused of murder. A 30-plus year Boston police officer featured on Boston's Finest and retired with distinct about 2 years after the crime. A dog sent to Vermont months after the crime due to a fight she had with another dog and a minor. Not even worth mentioning. Murderer John O'Keefe, and brilliantly threw him in their front lawn. Phew. Tired of listening to Alisi. Tired of watching Karen Reed's courtroom antics. Tired of reading all the dribble from... This is like what Moki thinks. Yeah, this is exactly like what Moki thinks about Karen Reed, yeah. Thank you, Abby. I appreciate it. Tired of reading all the dribble from those who haven't watched the trial but pretend they have. Thank you, chat. Make me blush. Thank you for giving me a shout out. All right. Tired of reading all the dribble from those who haven't watched the trial but pretend they have. Tired of podcasters flushing through for viewership. Tired of the bloggers' filthy mouths and lies. Tired of watching the fan. Tired of simple Occam's razor domestic violence and case being made into a Cecil B. DeVille drama fest. Yeah, blessings to Eugene too. Always a cool dude. And number 10, tired of watching a spoiled one continue to mock the deletion of wonderful soul named John O'Keefe. I will continue to advocate for justice in a case because it's a right thing to do. Alright, there's the middle finger. Oh, hello, Michael L. We're talking about why Karen Reed is guilty. You see, that's her right there. It's good to see you, Michael. And Michael, if you want to have a refutation for this, feel free to say your mind about it. Yeah, I think people let case dictate the relationship. And Sharon Eugene, hi, Michael GTSY. All right, so that's her shooting the bird. And that's her shooting the bird again. Oh, I thought you would. You need to, because Moki is giving us a good case. Why it is guilty. Karen Reed is Eugene's future wife. Scared. She did that when that one detective was on the stand. Ah, okay. Karen Reed wears adult diapers, so get wiping. Scared. Well, thank you, Michael, for the shout out. Appreciate it. The top 10 reasons why I can't wait for the Karen Reed trial to be over. Liberty, the reason why it's a big deal is because she's people think she's an attractive lady, and people are fans of her because of her looks, and there's a lot of controversy left and right everywhere about some people think she's innocent, some people think she's guilty. They think that there's a conspiracy when there isn't, where it may be far-fetched, and it just then again, there's not enough evidence to say that she really did it. So that's what there's a lot of, it's like the OJ trial, and she deleted a cop. Her boyfriend's a police officer, and she allegedly backed into him by mistake or maybe on purpose to go and then say she didn't do it. But they're claiming there's a police conspiracy theory that she's been framed. But for all that to be put there at the same time, exactly in that way, people believe is quite unlikely. All right, Michael, let her rip. Do what you must do. And Moki says she did it on purpose. They try to claim the cops killed him and she's being framed. Yes, oh yeah, as I said. Are you going to hire a caretaker for that, Eugene? Oh, okay. All right. Let the debates begin. Oh, okay, Moki. Thank you.
And the only thing I would say, from my perspective, just having covered trials for years, is that for family members and stuff going through, and it's their loved one, their friend that is the victim in the case, just a little, it's tough for them. It's really a difficult spot for them emotionally. Like, it's even tough for me just to sometimes approach them.
Right. I just want to make it clear that we didn't boo his mother or anything like that.
All right, so you basically have here, in the shout to Court TV,
Boo his mother.
All fair use here, and I think this is a very explicit interview right here that would show what's going on. And yeah, so we're going to show a little clip right here also as we continue. Okay.
Or anything like that. I actually said, no, we're not going to say anything to his mother. What the fuck is wrong with Peggy O'Keefe? Oh, she's fucking old. You're being mean to the mother. Well, fuck her too, okay? Fuck her too. Wanted to be very clear with that. Because I know you're old and we have to be nice to fucking old people, especially when their fucking kids die.
All right, and that's very, very explicit. Sounds like a conspiracy to you. Understood. And also to give context, they're booing the family. They're booing the family. Right. Karma will bite the boy in the eos. Right.
Okay.
Even his brother, I said the same thing. We're not going to do that. And yeah, Paul, talk about your mama. What's she gonna do about it? You fucking drunk. Fuck those people, man. Fuck them. Wanted to be very clear with that. I hope you burn in hell, you useless, stupid cunt. I fucking hate you. I actually said, no, we're not going to say.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
And the only
I'll go here. Also, if you were to, sorry about the cursing. It's just, yeah. Continuing.
I said, no, we're not going to say anything to his mother. And that's why I'm like with the O'Keefe's, like, enough of the fucking pity party for these fucking people. The only good part about John not being alive is he doesn't have to be around any of you useless maggots for a second more.
Yeah, you see this colorful individual talking about this stuff. As I said, fair use, Court TV and everybody else, fair use. Be easy on the alien. And so, basically, yeah, so you have this situation where this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. All right, continuing.
Fuck you. Fuck your high horse. Burn in hell. That's what I think of you.
All right. Booing the deceased family members simply because they have different opinions on how past is vile. Calling them disgraceful is sad and strange they lost him. Now they get booed by degrading blogger and his unhinged fans. And then, no, we booed them because they're protecting John O'Keefe's deleters and actively trying to send a woman to jail who they know is innocent and will do it again in September. Liberty says, I would not want that guy as a friend. He's demonic. I agree. And there's people that support Karen Reed that are not like this, but these are the radicals. It's the, extremists. He's very happy. He's very overjoyed. Yeah. This is who people are following and getting information from. He sounds like a genius. He sounds like an intellectual. I mean, I think he had to have gone to Harvard. I think he's certainly an intellectual, or he was educated on the internet like I was. Certainly a very man of class and valor. Yeah, I'm sure that he would never be a sailor or anything like that. And thank you, Michael, for your positions that you're saying. I appreciate it. I'm reading it. I'm seeing it. Understood. And Abby says, bro, John would probably beat that dude if he were here and knew how he was treating his family and talking to them. What the F? Karen Reed is not a divine goddess. She's not anything like that. And she completely doesn't know what these family. He would not like his family being insulted. I totally think that this is absurd to take personal shots like this. It's like, don't be mad at him. Don't be mad at them. Come on. Like, these people are stupid. He spews evil no matter what side he's on. Yes, exactly. Remy says, Turd Boy is going to be harassed by every PD in the USA. Them boys in blue stick together. Yeah, exactly. Remy says, I would be very scared to talk like that openly about the Popo. Yeah. The Karen Reed simp. True alien, true liberty. Yeah. All right. So she sent another link. I have it paste copied already, but I'm gonna go look. Scared. Anything else you want me to show Moki from that? I will, because there's a couple of videos. Lord. Oh, you're gonna like this one. Yeah, repulsive behavior. Why was he at some other office house? Why was she there? Was he bitten by a dog? Oh, okay, Moki, understood. Yeah, yeah. Yes, Liberty. And also, so there's a theory that he was hit by a vehicle but also attacked by a dog. So there was someone in the chat that I met right at the end of the trial that was saying that Karen Reed Karen Reed's boyfriend was no, not Karen Reed's boyfriend. That her friend was hit by a car, and her friend had the same marks on her arm, very similar marks to O'Keefe. So you could still have those type of marks on your arm and be hit by a vehicle. So it's likely that she was hit by a vehicle and not by a dog. It looks like a dog attack, but it could go with being hit by a vehicle. Yeah, farting bugs. All right, you got a summary from Grok. Okay, that's cool. And he's a blogger but why did KR Defense put a bigger blogger as part of the defense? Because they have Timu intelligence. As I said, he was not attacked by a dog. No. They were in a bar, and she was going to drop him off, and she went, and they think accidentally hit him, but maybe did hit him intentionally. Right, and also, Liberty, and that's a possibility that happened. Yeah, I think I did. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think I showed that. I did show that one. Oh, let's see. Now, I am going to play something again for the chat. We'll play this again. All right. Yeah, Liberty. So the conspiracy may be true, but 30 or 100 or 200 people would have to be in on it. So they would be sacrificing their freedom, their lives, to be put in prison for framing her. So it's 20 plus 30, 300 people that could be involved in that. I do believe in conspiracy theories, but as I said, it seems kind of far-fetched, but it's still possible. And the other thing is, it's more likely that she hit him by mistake or on purpose. In the video that I played in the beginning, that I'll play for you again, she was almost said she hit him, something like that, and then she said something else. So, and they were in a fight before. So that is, the position. But it still is possible it could have been conspiracy. It's still possible. The butt beetle was the palate cleanser. Okay, Liberty, as I said, you can believe it. That's okay. So at first they said it was a baseball bat. Now she hit him with the Lexus and fell backwards. I don't recall about being hit with a baseball bat. I think that it was hit by the vehicle only. Okay. All right, let's go.
It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him, and prairie, it was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird.
Michael, GSI told me it was 200 or 300 people. That's what she told me. I don't know what the number is. The numbers are relevant, though. But basically, all these people would have to be in on it, and that they could go to jail for doing that. You know, they could get arrested for that. Like, all these people are going to sacrifice their families, their lives, all for that. It's not. It doesn't mean it's not true, and I believe in conspiracy theories, and a lot of them are proved to be true later, and it probably is true, for a certain point of view. But it may not be the most likely scenario, and the most likely scenario is that she did hit him. But why would they want to frame her? Like, Liberty, why would they want to frame her? I understand that they did butcher the trial. They did butcher the way it was done. But I don't know if it would be enough to frame her, for that. And also another factor, too, is that they would have had to have placed the body at the right place at the right time where she would be driving, to, look like she hit him. Not that there's, necessarily like a video of her necessarily hitting him clear as day, but they would have to put the body in the right position for that to be. All right. Yeah, the corruption is why the clown trial is happening. There is corruption, and also she could have done it. Michael, G is not dumb, in my opinion, and I don't think it's good to take personal shots at people like that. But you could say what she said was completely wrong, and what she said could have been stupid. I mean, I don't think what she said is stupid, but I don't really know the context of it. But yeah, but don't attack her personally. But I think that we could. She's very smart, but she may not be about stuff. But as I said, maybe she's wrong about stuff. That's fine, but we don't have to take personal shots at her specifically. But I still think that it just for them to frame her specifically, like she's not some sort of political activist or something. Like, why would they want to frame her specifically for it? It's, as I said, I believe in conspiracy theories, but they may be true. May be true. All right. So I think we're back. I had too many windows open. And yeah, so as I said, I don't agree with taking personal shots. It's not something I recommend doing. But as I said, I understand what you're saying, Michael. I understand. But I think in this situation, she has a good point in this situation. But I could be wrong. And Caraville has said good defense for Karen Reed. And this is what I think. I think that there's not a lot of circumstantial evidence. Burden of proof isn't really there to convict her. But it seems like some stuff has come out from what Moki showed me that could show that she is guilty. I would see that. But also, I think that the burden of proof has to be there. And we have to be with the shadow of a doubt that she did it. And look, it could be true about the corruption. I'm a conspiracy theorist. All right? But as I said, I don't really know for sure if there'd be a conspiracy theory behind her and all. I could be wrong, but it doesn't. I'm starting to think that it might be more likely that she did hit him. Like, why wouldn't that be a possibility? So, anyway. Oh, yeah, snow does cushion. That's what happens, like, when you're hit in the snow, it does cushion. I guess that's true. It's good to see you, Caraville. In Caraville, that is very suspicious if they did delete that. It's very suspicious because remember, like with the Alec Baldwin trial, that when they withheld evidence and withhold information, it caused the whole thing to be dismissed. That is very suspicious for them to delete evidence. And I am not biased. I want to know the truth. Like, I am not for or against the situation. I just want to find the truth. Like, everybody, like, loves Karen Reed. They want to marry her. They want to grind her meat. They worship her. And there's other people that hate her and despise her, that don't even know her personally. I'm just wanting to know what the truth is. So I'm just having an open discussion about it. Right. So as I said, I'm enjoying the chat. I'm enjoying the chat. And Michael, I like you in chat. You're always a cool dude, and I'm glad that you're here with us. Always keep chatting. I appreciate your insight on this. All right, very much. Yes, Caraville. And I'm not denying that she's innocent. I'm not denying that she isn't guilty. That there's conspiracy. There's many of the conspiracy theories became true. It seems like they were true. I'm not denying it. I'm just saying that I want to, look at, this carefully. Careful, that's weak. Hang on your hat. Yeah, I said it, Moki. Yeah. Yeah, I want to say, in spite of any differences, Michael L., I love chatting with you, and anybody that blocks you is missing out on your great commentary. So, Michael, I love your chatting with you. You're a cool dude, and I appreciate your expertise in the medical field. All right? I appreciate it. Michael says, I have been in the medical field for almost my life. Sorry, John's injuries do not support being hit by SUV. Now, Michael, I know a person. Now, this may be hearsay. This may not be true. But allegedly, there is somebody that I met in the trial chat, and her friend was hit by a vehicle, and the marks that her friend had on her arms was very similar to what John O'Keefe had. So they're basically saying the possibility that he was hit by a vehicle. But could both, as I said, I don't know. I'm not a professional. So I do not know, and it's all hearsay, what I'm saying. All hearsay. People can make up anything. Also, could it be both? Or maybe it is a dog attack. As I said, I am not a medical professional. I'm a professional fool, a professional clown, and an alien, but not in anything else. All right? Hilarious. In Liberty, it's possible that the dead cop was investigating a case or something, was going to expose something he didn't want to expose. But then again, Liberty, it's a speculation. Because you have to provide evidence and proof, a scintilla of evidence and proof, that this conspiracy is true. You have to provide proof for it. Like, you're telling, like, saying that, angry that the Karen Reed people are saying that she's guilty, but the other side is saying that they're angry that no one's providing evidence that Karen Reed is guilty. They're not providing evidence that there's a conspiracy. There has to be the scintilla of proof. A scintilla of it. A spark of it. And because it's speculation. So both sides are speculating, in my opinion. That's why we don't know what's going on. Therefore, you have a situation where the burden of proof may not be there. So all the Karen Reed people, cruel people, I will say this. And at first I thought she was innocent. I don't really know now, but I did think she was probably innocent at first. So everybody that's triggered at me, I was in your boat one time. So the way that they orchestrated the trial, the way they conducted the investigation, and Carville would agree about this, is that it was not handled correctly. And so you would have reasonable doubt throughout the case, because it wasn't investigated right. And also you have to have the burden of proof that she did it without a reasonable doubt. Or else no matter how stupid she is, how ugly she is, she's not necessarily ugly, but no matter how annoying her voice is, no matter how cringe she is, no matter how many middle fingers she throws or shoots, you have to have that proof that she did it to convict her. All right? It may not really be there. She might be a very clever mastermind that was able to orchestrate something without evidence and proof. Or there's a conspiracy. Maybe that she is this underdog, that she is the mastermind behind some sort of plot that they have to be taken out. So they're going to pick on her specifically and take her out and frame her, and all these 30 people, or 1,000 to 30 people, are going to, even if it's just 2 people, ruin their lives and go to jail for a long time if proven guilty, to frame her for what? To ruin their lives for what? That's a question that maybe y'all could answer. As I said, I'm just giving y'all questions. I'm not saying anything set in stone. Another possibility is that she hit him by accident. Now, what Caravel was saying is the MPS coordinates of her phone would prove that she was not at a certain location doing something, but maybe another speculation, or maybe she did something or put it somewhere else and then she went out and did it. Speculation, but maybe he's right about that. Maybe Michael is correct. And GSI is here in chat. They're talking about you, GSI. That some people think you're foolish. But, as I said, we're having an open discussion about Karen Reed. We're talking about Karen Reed being guilty. Or not guilty. And as I said, I will accept her being innocent. I don't mind her being innocent. I don't care about her either way. And Michael, I see what you're saying. I see what chat is raving about. They're looking at my hilarious face with, this alien human thing just talking a bunch of nonsense. Tell me that Caravel, I never said conspiracies don't happen. You see, that is a strawman argument. I always, on here, this channel is about conspiracy theories. And we openly talk about that here. The aliens are real. Planet 10 is real. There's many conspiracy theories that came out to be true. And this one is maybe true too. Maybe so. We just need a scintilla of evidence to prove it. And maybe we'll find out the truth later. And maybe if she got locked up, she could get out. And then maybe they could release her later if she gets locked up. But we have to have proof for it. You have to have proof for it. And I'm not saying it's not true, because later you find out evidence and proof of conspiracy theory was real. And I'm not denying it's real. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Or maybe she did say she had a fight with him, and maybe she did it on purpose. But then again, why would she throw her life away over something like that? So it's just a bunch of what ifs. It's a bunch of speculation. So as I said, I'm not denying she's innocent. I don't mind her being innocent. She's an NPC. She's not important. She's not a goddess. She's nothing, okay? So I don't care either way. I'm going to bed, and hi GSI and LMAO, good night, y'all. Keep it nice. Okay, Abby, good night to you. Yes, Liberty, and that's a very interesting speculation, and maybe that's true, and that's a very good point, maybe possible. Well, frame her without thinking this thing would go viral, but now it is, and they have to stick with the lie. In Liberty, they're very foolish if they didn't think it would go viral. They're very foolish. And I agree, and that's maybe a possibility that they have to keep with the lie. G said, it's totally fine what others say, doesn't define a person, entitled to their own opinions. Saying something endlessly will never make it true if it isn't. Hello, my sweet Caravel and Remy. And as I said, I love you all, and I love Michael L. and everybody, but we're having a discussion about Timu debates. Yeah, bring me a medical experts and forensic crash experts to say that he was hit by a car. Bring me on. Bring me one. Caraville, that's a good question. And I would like to bring you one. I will have to, that would be great. Absolutely. And maybe they'll say it's not true. And that you're right. And that's great. And I hope that I don't want to lock up an innocent person. Maybe she is innocent. That would be great. But as I said, I have to see the scintilla of proof. Okay, Caraville. Yeah, I was thinking for a second. I'm thinking about, come on. Like, I didn't think. But then thank you for clarifying, Caraville. Michael, tell me, how many have been caught so far? Is Moki still here? I'm like talking out loud to myself. Oh, she's going to be right back. Okay. Okay. Oh, understood, Caraville, and that's good. I hope that she gets off the hook. If it's not true. All right, Nomad, good night to you. All right. And also, then we have over here, Linda says, Higgins throwing his phone away while traveling through a base, reading his texts, and hers back. Next morning, she tells him John's deleted. That's extreme unfortunate. It must mean something, in my opinion. All right, maybe so. Maybe so. And G says, she said, and Tully, Guerrero, Link, and Kevin, Abbott, and Friedman are all cops in the Reed case, and that are involved in covering up Bitchmore. I said that wrong. It's Birchmore. All right. All right. G says, I don't respect opinions based on only one side. How we ignore insuspicious things she did too. I am just saying, let's discuss all. Facts. Nordy said, well, there are just everyday people who would think the whole country would get involved. Exactly. Michael says, not just Higgins, Albert as well, both cops that are involved in the saga. And also, we are continuing. Here's the thing, Proctor and the gang may be vile, but it still doesn't mean she had no part. Right. The entire world is corrupted right now. That is true. And one thing that matters is justice. And the characters are circus. And also I'll say this, and I can be wrong about different things, and this is an open discussion. And I do not care if I offend anybody, actually. No. Because you gotta remember, you could love me or hate me, but I'm authentic. And I'm not a people pleaser. And I tell you what I really think. And I can be corrected. And I'm glad to be corrected. And I'm all ready to hear what people have to say. And as I said, she's not, and we'll have to wait to see how it goes, and I'm ready to be wrong. I love being wrong. I love being proven wrong. It's fun. G said, no, Alien, I'm listening. I'm 100% agreeing with you because it's what I believe that we simply don't know. Exactly. And I'm making it clear, we do not know what happened. We do not know. And I hope she gets off the hook, and if she does get arrested, or she does get put in prison, hopefully they can find out the truth later. See, that's about 16 cops that did a cover-up to death of... Yes, and you see, Caraville says this other case where 16 cops did a cover-up. So, gee, it's happened before where cops cover up people. 16 of them. And I've seen body cam footage of cops being corrupted and doing things that are wrong. So, yeah, they are out there and it's possible. I'm not denying it. We just have to have proof and evidence for it. That hopefully comes out at some point if it's true. And we got that. And, Kev, the thing is how common it is. I believe it is possible. The more I find out about a town seems more responsible, but overall, it's less probable than one person doing it, right? And Nomad, good night to you, Nomad. Have a good evening. I love you all. Love you, Eugene X. Thanks, Sharon. All right, yeah, good night, Nomad. Always enjoy your company. And G says, maybe he just fell down and deleted, and shoot, maybe no one did it. Exactly, maybe he fell down and did it on its own, and no one did anything. So the first time was hung jury, right? They determined to get her. Exactly. And they hopefully don't win. If that's the case, and she gets off. All right? And she has a lot of people behind her, Liberty. Proctor is basically and Proctor is disgusting, and he's very corrupted. All right? That is true. And there can be corruption. At the same time, there is something else going on with the situation. It's also possible that there's corruption and she's guilty, or maybe it's just she's not guilty and there's corruption. Proctor basically deleted any video that was problematic. Exactly. Why delete anything? Why cover anything up? Just like Baldwin's trial. If the state's withholding something, it needs to be taken off. It's like, you don't have to hide anything. If she's guilty, we need to see it. And the fact that he deleted the videos, she should be getting off. She should be getting off as innocent, because you cannot convict her if they're being shady like that. So, as I said, it's looking good for her, Caraville. Don't worry. But as I said, what is the truth? I don't know. G said, I am learning from Alien. I am not going to feel that way anymore. You gave me strength to speak my truth. Don't mean I'm a fool. All right. That is awesome, G. Facts. G is not stupid at all. That is true. And G, you are not a fool. You are very brilliant and you're very intelligent. So, yeah, G, very smart. And G, I'm glad that I inspired you and helped you. Hello, Miranda, my friend. Great to see you. And peace be with you, Miranda. All right, let's see what my man Caraville is saying. Yes, Liberty, we have to discuss to find the truth. The last thing I am is stupid, ignorant or uneducated. Say everything else, but I am very intuitive and know how to think. I agree. It'd be possible. Yes. And my big issue is if we demand proof she did it, why are the rules different and throwing stones at everyone else? Don't need the same proof for others. Exactly. All right, I'm gonna read this whole. This thing's spicy. I like this. All right, so I do agree that the cops could have tampered with evidence to solidify the case, but she did it, no question. Yeah, the issue is all roads lead to Proctor. Kev, can you answer something, sweetie, or tell me this? I will respect your opinion if you are authentic, because Alien and I are only being authentic, and I can't lie and refuse to. Alien, read about Grove case in Oklahoma mass cover up. Okay, thank you. Not really, Careville. Gee, hope police and blessings. Like, you listen to all of these is like, oh, that came from Proctor, the clothes from Proctor, or the glasses from Proctor, and the Southport from Proctor. Kev, are the cops that ignorant that they'll leave a body and a murder on their own lawns? And Proctor is a Jack Eos. No doubt. Sounds like all cops were all. I agree. Well, whole case is a mess. Exactly. And Careville said, they plan to blame the snowplow driver. Luckily, you risk getting caught trying to do much. And G says, Careville, okay, plausible. I agree, but all of them, why not carry a body cop known and get rid of some? Easiest thing was he came from a party. We never saw him. Found him outside and plow must have hit him. Proctor was the lead investigator. He made comments, yes, but I didn't see it. Okay, understood. All right, continuing. So, Careville said, Liberty, thank you. I will look up that. Another, it is Tamai Hosford. G said, Careville, but didn't any of them realize something would say they didn't you come outside? They must know it would blow up at some point. How dumb are they? If they did that on purpose, they are very stupid. Yeah, we'll never know what actually happened. Carol said, Linda, yeah, I mean, Jen McCabe called Proctor at 1:24 a.m. that morning. Why? I am wondering when the defense calls the Changs, what are they going to testify? Yeah, exactly. Carol said, he did it way more. Just making a crude comment, he is literally the mark of Fornhorn. You craving barbecue? Well, we'll show you this. There you go. There's some barbecue. Mark Furman did what was say the N word. You guys are too much. Are you scared? Alright, G says this Brian K leak has me far more upset. This case is truly a filler for me. I have zero interest in it or the outcome. Too much drama. For chat to torment one another for some woman is crazy to me. Yeah. Excuse me, the N word is a hate crime. Yep. That was. It has been used as a hate crime. That's true. G says the weak people treat each other. I left and went to another chat today, and it was so kind and respectful, and most believed innocent too, but they were beyond interested in hearing others who didn't. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I'm making everybody hungry. Moki, well, he did that in the falsified evidence, put OJ's blood from EDTA to the scene for a crime. Only said the N word, the fuck. Okay, Michael, if you believe OJ was innocent, then there is no debating with you. And Michael said, I never said that. Okay, Remy, good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us for a little while. And Moki says, you think maybe Jason did it? Alright. And then Moki said, Remy, a cop saying doesn't mean OJ did it. Remy, no, stay, we are moving on. G said, Moki, yes, I went to another one, something 10 News. Careful, I think I saw that too. That though. Good night, Remy. Peace be with you. Linda said, careful, to locate him, it's that simple. The defense makes it sound like she was in the yard to find his phone. The latter isn't believable in my opinion. Right, Remy. Yeah, humanity sucks. Yeah. Alright, she called at Proctor at 1:24 a.m., not talking about Jock. Moki, I was a technical director in United Blood Service back and worked with the FBI to DNA map Las Vegas. Our donor samples, not ID given to the samples of the FBI. And then she's saying the white privilege, and all right, I said I don't know about what's going on with white privilege. Anyway, so Carol says soon Karen Reed will be. I say good night, Remy. You want to leave? All right. Carol said soon Karen Reed will be over, and we'll have a new trial we'll all agree on. That's good. Michael says Moki, when I brought up OJ in the DNA lab, they were all, yeah, did it the same. Yeah, Duke, you're having some entertainment right now. You're having some entertainment. I'll hand you over your popcorn, Duke. This is quite interesting. Welcome. Yeah, so Karen Reed, is she a frog or not? Alrighty, I'm just looking at stuff right now. I'm just checking some things. Alright, anyway. I'm back. I know. Alright. But anyway, I was just like looking at something, and just seeing, or just checking metrics and things like that, right? Alright. Oh, law. Okay. Uh, I gotta read this. Alright, Caraville, it's not that we disagree. Not at all. We agree either version is possible. We just want proof others did it too. If he didn't die on his own, drunk, and fell in something. Remy, I think that came across worse in text. I think Moki just meant the debacle with Fur Human was over what was said, not misconduct with evidence, now downplaying at how was saying that was. And she says, get lost, Caraville. Damn, okay. Yeah, as I said, I don't know what they're exactly talking about, but I don't know what's going on. Thanks, Caraville, and yes, you are right. Just like Proctor said, the C word doesn't mean he tampered with evidence. G says, Caraville, then someone has had to have done it. It's either her, or a whole bunch of morons conspired. I want proof on both for her not to do it. I have to believe 100%. They all did it. It's only fair. Effing trash. She is angry. She's angry. Alright. Yeah, Remy's upset about something that was said by somebody. I just don't, but anyway. Get a grip, Remy. Oh, spicy. Well, let's get the boys some popcorn. Let's get the boys some popcorn. All right. I meant to do that to you, to Duke. I'm just gonna take. I didn't mean to do that exactly. Still popcorn for Remy, sure. Why not? NUG. NG. And Moki. And Caraville. Alright, there we go. Alright. Alright, Remy. Good night. It's okay. And you can leave. It won't bother me at all. You just do what you feel is best. Alright. See you later. Yes, anybody can leave. It's okay. If people are offended. I am completely unfazed by pretty much everything. I'm like a robot. I'm just unfazed by everything. I have to give the people popcorn. Maybe there is a misunderstanding in the chat. A misunderstanding, perhaps, about something. Yeah, I don't know. Moki says, geez, if you can't understand what I meant, then you are looking to be offended. And G says, Remy, what the heck is going on? Let's all know we respect and care for each other. I missed it. I have to go back up to read it, including where I was called a fool apparently before I came in here. Oh yeah. Oh no, G. It was Michael L. that thought you were. That thinks that you are. Say I'm using a nicer wording that he thinks you're a fool. But they used another word that wasn't too nice. And I'm like, I don't like people taking personal shots at others. It's not right. I can't do that. But to each their own. All right. Mark Foreman, of all people. I don't know who Mark Foreman is. I don't know who that is. Anyway. Let's start with things that happen with conspiracies. Delete messages, phone calls, and Google searches. Make up stories about butt dials. butt dials. And and make up stories and butt dials, destroy phones, tell everyone he never came into the house. Yeah, Michael, that's very shady. I agree. Oh no, the meat is gone. School. You see, Liberty, if we had this advanced technology that will come in the future, you can just press a couple of buttons and you'll have meat on your right there, right where you are. Hello, Billy. Good to see you, buddy. All right, and let's do this. Let's do this. All right. Looks like his wrench disappeared. We'll give it back to him. All right. Hello, Billy. Good to see you, buddy. Your wrench is back. Your wrench is back. I just saw that it was gone. Okay. Billy, we're talking about the Karen Reed trial again, and we're having a spicy chat about it. The chat's getting spicy about it. That's what's going on. All right. Is that Michael in here or allowed in here? Let me see him say it to my face in chat. I dare him. I compare education levels and state tests any day of the week. And my resume, so let's go. Hello. Alien detective in OJ trial. Oh, I don't know anything about the OJ trial. Okay. All right, I don't know. Thank you, Sharon. All right. I agree, Duke, but I'm thinking about these other technologies that are going to come out, and also about teleportation. Yeah, G, he said that you blocked him at some point. So, I don't know. I'm just... what Alien Spaceship's doing tonight is stirring the pot. That's what Alien Spaceship's doing. I'm not doing it intentionally. I'm just having an open discussion. Liberty said, I think the power of the N-word should be taken away. Liberty says... Correct. Moki says, Furman using N-word is displaceable, but that doesn't mean OJ didn't do it. Like, what the F? Alright. And G said, amazing, race is amazing, alien, do it, I will support you. Alright, thank you. Yeah, I don't use the N-word personally. You know, like, this YouTuber, Anthony Brian Logan, ABL, he didn't think the word was a good word to use. He's black. And people, as I said, I'm not policing anybody, but it's like, say, people a lot of times have used the word, like what rappers use, as a way to talk to a friend, or just, you know, as like a, hey guy, what's up? But, you know, I remember like ABO, he was saying that the word, it like, it's best not to use it. And yeah, I don't use the word. But, as I said, I don't, you know, I'm just doing my own thing. Like, you know, people do whatever they do. Hot and spicy, like, yo, mama, I said that on Cajun restaurant sign. I like that, yeah. OJ trial was worse than Karen Reed. Yes, that is, I know that. Billy, your wrench is back. Your wrench is back. I see that it was not there, but it's back now. You're alright. And, alright, I legit don't even remember him. That's how insightful he was. Must have been. And Moki, he wasn't. People don't define you. That's what I think of yourself. Yes, Liberty, I think no one should say it. I don't, you know, it may, like, no one probably should say it. They do say it all the time, right? That's true. I think everybody probably shouldn't say it, in my opinion. I could be wrong, though. People do what they want. I'm not policing anybody, but, yeah, nobody should say anything. And also, G said, question, Alien, if I agreed with Michael, would I suddenly be smart? This is exactly what I mean by hypocrisy, so who really is the stupid fool? Oh, well, imagine changing your belief based on that. I know, yeah, I hear you. Okay, why are you triggered? What's wrong? And hello, And Michael L. GSI, stop blaming your opponent, lawyers, the judge, the witnesses. If your client didn't do it, what she did, sir, we would not hear. GSI, remember now? No, Duke said, I went to culinary school. All right. Yeah, so that with Karen Reed, we do not know exactly what the truth is exactly. We're just having a discussion to see what the truth will be. And also, we'll have to wait to see as we go through the trial how it comes out. And maybe we'll never know, or we'll know one day. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, good evening, Billy. Good evening to you, too. All right. All right, G says, Caraville, I don't even remotely remember the person. All I said is if someone is stupid, how are they suddenly smart if they are agreeing with me? And a stupid person is stupid and doesn't change. Right. Wait, Alien, just read what he said. I don't see it. Is he actually in here? I must have blocked him. Yeah. Yeah, you blocked him. You blocked him. Oh, G said, Duke, you're kidding me? OMG, so and all and envious. Alright. Alright. Yes, Liberty, it's very fishy. And especially how they were covering up stuff. And being corrupted. I think that's cringe. Stupidly expensive, throw the thought for a little. You're welcome, Billy. Billy said he went to dishwashing school. Oh, that's very sweet, G. That's very sweet. All right, let's look at the farting bug. All right. The Bombardier beetles spray boiling acid 212 Fahrenheit as a defiance mechanism against predators. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Billy is turning guns. Turning guns is Billy. Yeah, Duke is pretty fun. Yeah, Duke is hilarious. Yeah, thank you, Moki. Thank you. Speaking of Knox, that was hard. How did they know South Park movie came out with the advertisement saying bigger, longer, uncut, nasty play on words there? Exactly, exactly. Very good question. Yeah, toxic farts. G says, Carla, OMG, my daughter goes to Michelin Star, and we've gone. We need to try as many as we can. It's the art of I love and ambience, and Voltigo brothers are the best. OMG, what the heck are those farts? The bombarder beetle sprays boiling acid. So what you're seeing is boiling acid at 212 Fahrenheit, 100 Celsius, as a defense mechanism against predators. Scared. Liberty said, my dad had bad farts like that. Scared. We need this Marvel movie. Oh, yeah. But guess, so I didn't even know who it is for life. Me, I don't remember. Michael says, I've seen every comment she is making. I think because I have a wrench here on Aliens page, it doesn't work. Oh, yeah, all of y'all are mods. My close friends, I trust. Okay, so the mods in the channel, the reason why there are mods, the reason why there are mods is because I trust everybody. The people that are mods, I know them personally from YouTube, and I trusted them to mod the channel. And also, when we have our discussions, they can't block anybody. Only I can. Now, if there's new people that aren't going to be mods because they just came here randomly, then, yeah, you know, they're just NPCs. They're shout to them, though. But yeah, you know, y'all can't block each other. No, only I can do that. And he goes, there's some channels that don't have any mods, and the person that runs the chat is the moderator, but I'm the managing moderator because I'm the moderator of moderators. Right. Seriously, my dad had some kind of bad stuff in his causing the worst farts of the year. Well, yeah, your dad is that bug right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, DJ. Great to see you, buddy. And that's hilarious. Yeah, Sharon, I'm glad that you think it's hilarious. Yeah. G said I'm better than that, so he can call me anything he wants. I am good. And DJ says that bug is a real weapon there. Oh, that is true. That is true. It's a teaming weapon. Oh, facts. We will have a dance with Liberty. Some square dancing. Yes, G, the farts are for real. It's Timu farts. Michael says yes, she made it very personal that day. She went nuts with the liar, liar comments. GSI blocked me when I asked her if she was off her meds. Oh, scared. Scared. Well, I have to go tweak G, and I have to go and tweak her out a little bit because I'm good at straightening her. I'm good at straightening her out. Good at straightening her out. Z top. Ah, scared. Yeah, the bug is an alien. Oh, I think GSI is great to talk to. I mean, I think she was always awesome. But yeah, I just don't think it's good, necessary to take personal shots at people. Like when you're debating someone, take a shot at the argument, not the person. I made you all mods for misconceptions that could be out there. The reason why y'all are mods is because y'all, I knew y'all and I trusted y'all. And a lot of times it's us just chatting and no one could block each other. No other reason. And also a lot of people ask for them. And it's a gift I give to you all for subscribing and being here. You know, it's also a little bit of a gift. All right, to clear up any misconceptions, why people are mods. Because there's a lot of rumors out there. A lot of slander. Scared. Yes, G. Yeah, that person. Liberty, that's very sweet of you. Yeah, like calling someone trash. Yeah. It's the Law and Crime Council section. It's a Law and Crime Council session. It's the Law and Crime Council session. Scared. Lord. Thank you, cool as ice. G said, aliens telling me he's going to straighten me out. Look at your chat, and look at who said I have no ill will, and who apparently replied he'll straighten me out. Scared. And, oh yeah, absolutely. I'll straighten you out the Timu style. Because I have my Timu methods of doing that. And also, DJ says, totally jealous of that alien bug butt weapon. I know. They have them on my planet. It's the bombarder beetle. Let's read about this beetle. We'll do that right now. We'll read about it. Alien spaceship, there's your proof. Who's above and who is petty. Anyway, with this conversation, done with this conversation, he's free to think as he wishes. Prayfully, Karen is worthy of his loyalty. All right, G. Yeah, I don't know. You know, you've always been great to me, G. I don't know why, he has a problem with you, but you've always been great to me. And I always appreciate you when we talk and come around. So, yeah, I understand. Thank you, G. If you're leaving, have a good night. And Michael said, please find out because I never said I'll straighten you out. Please do. All right? All right, anyway. Bombarder beetle. Bombarder beetles are akin ground beetles. It is a pagan ground beetle. In tribes Briceni, Pausini, Ozani, or Metrini. Oh, amen, G. Amen, G. Oh, I'm glad you're going to stay around with us. Thank you. The bombarder beetle. There are 2 wasps that take over the bodies of roaches. I could see evil folks using that on people's bodies. Oh yeah, exactly. That's a good point right there. Yeah. You're welcome, Sharon. You're welcome. Oh, okay, G. Well, thank you for spending time with me, your favorite alien, and I appreciate that. All right. So here we go. Our Moritani, more than 500 species altogether, which are most notable for their defense mechanisms that gives them their name. When disturbed, they eject a hot, noxious chemical spray from their pygidial glands with a popping sound. So it also has a popping sound. The spray is produced from reaction between two hypergolic chemical compounds, hydroquinone and hydrogen peroxide, which are stored in the pygidial glands in the beetle's abdomen. When when the aqueous solution of hydroquinines and hydrogen peroxide reaches vestibule, Eisener's words, catalysts factuate a decomposition of hydrogen peroxide into oxidization of hydroquinone. Heat of the reaction brings mixture to a near boiling point. Of water produces gas that drives ejection. Hello, Five Cats. It's great to see you. The damage caused can be fatal to attacking insects. Some bombarder beetles can direct spray in the wide range of directions. Oh, I love the weird stuff. The beetle's unusual defense mechanisms has been claimed by some creationists a something that could not have evolved, although this is refuted by evolutionary biologists. Habits. Bombarder beetles inhabit all continents, especially Antarctica. They typically live in woodlands or grasslands in the temperate zones, but can be found in other environments. And there are moist places and lay eggs. All right, here is it up close. Look at that 6C beetle right there. This beetle gets all the ladies. Mechanisms of defense. When the beetle feels threatened, it opens a valve which allows the aqueous solution from the reservoir to reach the vestibule. The catalysts lining the vestibule wall facilitate the decomposition of hydrogen peroxide as following theoretical reaction. The peroxidase enzymes facilitate oxidation of hydroquinones into quinones, quinones, benens 1-4 dol into 1-4 benzoquinone. And then you have the chemical solution. So you have carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and I have to see if I'm getting that right. It might be helium. Let's see. Wrong area. I was right. That's hydrogen. All right, it's hydrogen. I, t- I took chemistry and I took physical science, so I learned about creating chemical equations. So that's how I know about these things. All right, so then the preoxidized enzymes facilitate the oxidation of hydroquinose, and the known next reaction. So the first reaction is CHOH-AQ-CHO2. So you have 4 carbons, 4 hydrogens, and oxygen and hydrogen mixed together to the second power. And then the other part of the scale, which is the arrow, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen mixed together. Then you have the next reaction, which further accounts for the theoretical reactions to hydrogen grams to a half to the second power of oxygen. So like when you have like the number where you have the carbon 6, it's 6 carbons and 4 hydrogens. And then OH is oxygen and hydrogen mixed together to the second power, so there's 2 of them. That's what that means. Oh yeah, Eugene, we talked about the mantidids, yes. It turns a roach into a zombie. I like hearing they might do to us. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. May God protect us from all that. Yes. Oh, and also, Liberty, about that. Now, when Sarah was telling me about some stuff with the conspiracies about, we were talking the alien conspiracies. There is these. So this is from an Islamic source. From the she was showing me something from what the about the aliens, and these people in this video were talking about something from the Quran. So it says like Solomon saw these ant people. So what he may have been seeing was some sort of aliens, like the Greys and stuff. So Liberty, there's evidence of in some sort of ant or insectoid type alien being that exists. All right, let's look at what skunk spray is made out of. All right. All right. It's a mixture of sulfur containing chemicals such as thiols, traditionally called captains, which have an offensive odor. The thiols also make their spray highly flammable. A skunk spray is powerful enough to ward off bears and other potential attackers. Yes, the inner earth. Correct. Red ants are cringe. One time when I was a kid, I picked up a rock and it had ants all over it, and they all attacked me. They went all over my body. This reaction is very exothermic, and released energy raises the temperature mixture to near 100 Celsius, vaporizing about a fifth of it. The resultant pressure buildup forces the entrance valves from the reactant storage chambers to close, thus protecting the beetle's internal organs. The boiling foul smell of the liquid is expelled violently through the outlet valve with a loud popping sound. The beetle's glands store enough hydroquin and hydrogen peroxide to allow beetles to release its chemical roughly 20 times. Scared. In some cases, this is enough to delete a predator. The main component of the beetle spray is 1-4 benzoquinone, an irritant to the eyes and respiratory system of vertebrates. Yes, Liberty, I agree with that theory. It makes sense. Gee, yeah, my eyes are hazel. Also, it depends on how the lighting is. And the mood, too. Both my parents have genes for it, but it comes more from my father side. But also my mom has the genes for it, too. Anyway. The flow of reactions into the reaction chamber and subsequent ejection occur the series of about 70 pulses at a rate of about 50 pulses per second. The whole sequence of events takes only a fraction of a second. These pulsations are caused by repeated micro explosions, which are so this thing has micro explosions inside of it before it's released, which are results of continuous pressure on the reservoir of the oscillatory opening and close access to reaction chamber. The pulsed mechanisms is beneficial for the beetle's survival because the system uses pressure instead of muscles to eject the spray at a mechanism. Beneficial for the beetle's survival because the system uses pressure instead of muscles to eject the spray at a constant velocity, saving beetles energy. Also, reintroduction of new reactants into the vestibule where enzymes are stored, reducing the temperature of the chamber, thereby protecting the peroxides of catalysts from a thermal deterioration. I wonder what purpose of all these insects have, especially fleas and mosquitoes. I'll look that up right now. Explosive diarrhea. Alright. Ah, okay. I don't like ticks either. My mom's uncle in Kentucky got sick from a tick. Yeah. I saw somewhere where people used to communicate through farts. Well, I didn't know about that. Well, that makes sense. I guess it could be used for that. That sounds hilarious. What purpose do mosquitoes serve? Mosquitoes are an important link to the food chain. Many animals depend on them for source of food. During their aquatic stage, mosquito larvae provide food for other aquatic insects such as dragonfly, nymphs, and beetles, fish, frogs, and other water-dwelling animals. So it's a source of food. G said, I know quite a few who had Lyme disease and are never the same. I live in more than a city. And my uncle that my mom had passed away recently. He passed away a couple months ago. Taught me how to ride a bike. Rest in peace. G said, I know quite a few who had Lyme disease and are never the same. I live in more city mixed with suburban area, so it's not an issue for me. Suburb. My subconscious thinks sunburn, thinking it's a nice vacation. Alright, so here we go. Fleas may play different roles as parasites in mammals. They may act as a vectors to transmit pathogens. They may play roles as intermediate hosts of parasites that and can be an ectoparasitic nuisance in animals and humans, which may cause allergic reactions. So this the flea looks like it was made for nothing good. As a joke, it must have been made after the flood. It must have been made after humans ate from the forbidden fruit. That's when it was made. I'm joking. Or maybe not. Humans might fantasize about a world without ticks, fleas, or giant kidney worms, but parasites connect food webs and serve as vital purpose for every ecosystem. That's okay, Liberty. That's okay. That's understandable. Fleas spread the Black Death, the Black Plague, the Black Deletion, the Black Plague across Europe. And also, chat wants to know if Moki is here. I think she's lurking. She was here just a moment ago. Alright. Bed bugs. Purpose. Consider them as parasites because their purpose to feed on certain animals or humans for survival. Having said that, you can say that they do play an important role in the environment. For instance, one crucial purpose of having them around is to help with pest control. They allegedly help with pest control. You know, it's a circle of life, like what Damon said. You know, you're going to have the circle of life, and you're going to have good and bad in it. Yes, G, I'm trying to make you all itch. I'm the culprit. I'm trying to make you cringe and itch and stir the pot. Moki said barely. Scared. They are pests to humans and animals, but they serve a purpose. G said, I am going to get you a shirt called Pot Stirrer. Scared. Liberty said, Arch Axe said, cigar-shaped objects dumped dead animal parts used to cause the plague, documented sittings, sound like aliens and depopulation. I agree. They are impossible to get rid of, Alien. I've never had them, but the stories I've heard, yikes. Yeah. They feed off humans' blood. The first clue suggesting that you may have a bed bug infestation is often presence of itching bites. Oh, I'm making everybody itch now. However, bites reactions are quite variable. It may not due to the blood and bugs at all, but aware that other signs of the bed bugs leave behind feces, spots, and molted aggregation. That's disgusting, Liberty. There was a video of a man not allowed to board a plane because his luggage was full of roaches. Oh, he was probably doing that on purpose. That's really creepy. And Liberty says, I don't like hotels, motels, or public restrooms, etc. Ah, yeah. You have a good point there. That's where they're all lurking. Shake it off. Shake it off. Trying to shake it off, but still pissed, which is dumb. And G says, nothing, none is worth it. Trust me, being misunderstood is a common theme in chats. You know what you are. You never allow anyone to change that important. And thank God, and you know. Okay, so I'm going to address this. So basically, Moki, misunderstandings have happened to me all the time, okay? And this, I believe this situation will be resolved. I believe the situation will be resolved with Remy, that we will have, that you'll have, be able to have, you know, there'll be a, this misunderstanding will be cleared up, all right? She does, you know, get emotional about things, and also, you know, misunderstandings happen though, you know, either way. So I'm confident that it'll be, you know, taken care of at some point. We'll talk it out, or we can all have a talk out about it. All right. Matt says, I'm in hotels 60 to 100 nights a year. They aren't so bad. Okay. I like hotels too, but some of them may have problems. Now, Matt, do you have advice about hotels, what to avoid, what not to avoid, if you want to mention it? Money, what's wrong? It was really Moki. And G said, yes, there's a few years ago, way late, I stayed taking pillowcases with me. A hotel guest in Vegas said a scorpion stung him in the balls while he was in bed. Oh, God, that sucks. Scared. Staying at the same type of hotel wherever you go gives you a false sense of security. Okay, thank you, Matt. Liberty said, GS, I most stay inside, but thinking of camper van type set up for the road trips. Circus is a hotel that I would never stay at. Staying up in the same type of hotel where you give a false sense of security. And Matt says, since most hotels are set up the same, it feels like you're in a familiar place. Poor guy. It was the Venetine. Oh, okay, Moki, thank you. And the conflict between Moki and Remy, I don't know enough about what was going on. You know, I don't, you know, I know it's something about OJ said something. I just, as I said, I didn't quite understand what was going on, but y'all filled me in after it happened. All right. Yeah, Caraville, it's good you stuck up for Moki. She's cool people. And she's not prejudiced or anything. She's fine. Liberty said, I saw a hotel by me charging $545 a night. Crazy. That is crazy. Absolutely. He's suing, saying he has PTSD and is ruining his sex life. Scared. He had PTSD and it ruined his sex life. Okay, yeah, Moki, yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Some places are very luxurious or in very weird places. Sometimes that price is worth it if it's a weekend. The Monteleone's a nice hotel. So Matt, next time you come down here, the Monteleone is a hotel I think you'd like. I always like going there, and also they have a carousel bar where it spins around and it's very nice. The flow of the reactants into the reaction chamber and subsequent ejection occur. A series of pulses, 70 pulses, 50 pulses per second. Whole sequence of events takes place a fraction of a series of about 70 pulses rate. These pulsations are caused by repeated micro explosions, which are results of continuous pressure in the reservoir of the oscillatory opening and closing of the valve that controls the access to reaction chamber. This pulsed mechanism is beneficial to the beetle's survival because the system uses pressure instead of muscles to eject the spray at the constant velocity, saving the beetle's energy, also reintroducing of new reactants into the vestibule where enzymes are stored reduces in temperature of the chamber, thereby protecting the preoxidizes and catalyses thermal duration. Use Travago. Oh yeah, I know about Travago. Liberty for hotels charge here in Las Vegas every night, depending on what convention or actually is going. Formula is 1 to 1 grand a night, many hotels. Alien, that is where I was on January 1, 2025, the day after the attack. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I'm glad that you went there. I loved it there. When I was a kid, Mary Toodles would bring me there all the time, growing up. I always enjoyed it there. Yeah, whenever you come by, again, yeah, that's a great place to chill. Yeah. And also the carousel is very nice. The carousel bar. Thank you very much. Sometimes it's funny. I literally laugh at the comment thinking otherwise, but entire life I've been spoken, all friends, strangers, relatives, too kind. Liberty. The one I mentioned is Fourth Work Stockyards, and only thing down there is Billy Bob's and some Longhorn cows, really. Michael, some stole her phone at night too. It was great. It was great. Lord. Eugene, give all I have to nothing for myself. Do everything for others. Asking for nothing, I credit God. Amen. So times is funny. Seeing opposite, you can be smart. Michael, yep. In off season, I'm sure lower rates. Gene said, I do speak my mind honestly and came off the bad way in chats. And it's always seen one's face calmly, firmly, but kindly saying your piece. I never want to upset anyone. Okay, Moki, we'll do that another time. And thank you so much for being here, contributing to the stream. I always love having you here. You've contributed so much to this channel, like everyone else did. So thank you, Moki, so much, and have a good evening. See you tomorrow. $800 at Cape May. Yeah, Moki. All right. So, Moki, love you, kid. I have no idea what happened, but don't worry. We know who you are. Yeah, Moki. We know who Moki is. She's not against anybody. You know, whatever this slander is not true. Yeah, Moki's fine. Yeah. Mechanism is beneficial for beetle survival. Typically, the beetle turns its body as in its direction and the jet towards whatever triggered the response. The gland openings of some African bombarder beetles can swell through 270 degrees and thrust between the insect's legs, discharging the fluids in a wide range of directions with considerable accuracy. G said, Moki, you should be insulted. Anyone thinks differently about you. Follow my line of thinking. If someone thinks you said something nasty, tell the person that you insulted they don't know you are. Liberty said, my credit card was being used while in my purse. I don't know how they pulled it off. Oh, maybe they got your information by hacking a breach. Maybe you swiped your card somewhere and they took the information manually. When you bought something at some point, yeah. There are all kinds of ways of doing it. Alright, typically those beetles turn its body in its direction. Okay. Evolution and the defense mechanisms. Over $500. They're such low-life losers for doing that. The unique combination of features of the bombarder beetles, a defense mechanism, strongly exothermic reactions, boiling hot fluids, and explosive release has been claimed by creationalists to be an example of something that could not have evolved. Billy said he knows some hotels. No longer will I go to Cape May when the prices have gone up too much. I have to pay it that one time. I was mortified I paid less than going to Europe. Yeah, that's cringe. Oh yeah, you worked for them. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I'm sure you made some very good food. Caravel said, yeah, a girl at McDonald's got busted for it recently. She had her phone on FaceTime next to the register. So after she ran your card, she would hold it over her phone, sitting there. Friend screenshots it. Oh, what a bunch of losers. Cringe. G said, I stayed 2 nights because I drove 4 hours and didn't want to disappoint my kids. The 2 days in an entire year we went there. We went anywhere. Went 26 years ago, 3 nights. 26 years ago and 3 nights. Ah, okay. I stayed at Palace something or other. I go to Venetine, or somewhere like that. And G said, "I won't go where Monica Cementelli stayed. No, thank you." When I worked at the bank, someone got fired for taking photos of computer screens with account info. They were bonded to work there. Scared. Scared. Sharon said, Liberty, get GRIF wallet or call card holder. It blocks them. They can just walk by you and swipe on your purse. Outrageous completely, yeah. Evolution of the defense mechanisms. Biology such as taxonomist Mark Isaac note, however, that step-by-step evolution of mechanisms could have rarely have occurred. The full evolutionary history of the beetle's unique defense mechanisms is unknown, but biologists have shown that the system could have evolved from defenses found in other beetles in incremental steps by natural selection. Specifically, quinone chemicals are a precursor to selectron, a brownish substance produced by beetles and other insects to harden their exoskeleton. Some beetles additionally store excess foul-smelling quinones, including hydroquin, a small sacs below their skin, as neutral deterrent against predators. All carabid beetles have this sort of arrangement. Some beetles additionally mix hydrogen peroxide, a common byproduct of the metabolism of cells, which hydroquinone. Some of the catalysts that exist in most cells make a process more effective. The chemical reaction produces heat pressure, and some beetles exploit the latter to push the chemicals into the skin. In this case, beetles Meretius contractius, which produces a foamy discharge when attacked. In bombarder beetle, the muscles that prevent leakage from the reservoir additionally developed a valve permitting more controlled discharge of poison and elongated abdomen to permit better control over the direction of discharge. G said, I was a victim of fraud a couple of times. Thieves are so stupid. They charged my card $1,600 from Philly. A guy bought $400 sneakers, size 13 or 14. My feet are small, 6 or 5, or 6 or a size 6 or 6.5 at most. Also bought a TV from Costco, Texas. G said, you need to call your credit card or say, I don't live in those states. Oh, nice, Billy. Awesome. Thanks. All right. So another time they stole my hubby's SSN 7 years ago of IRS investigation on the people also in Texas. Name social was attached to a car I never owned. Yeah, these people are just evil what they're doing. Liberty said recently someone tried to use my debit card at Best Buy and the bank called me. Thank goodness they weren't successful, but I had to get a new card. Yeah. G said I work for the IRS for my clients. Plus I work with attorneys, so it was a bit easier. Yeah, yeah, I could imagine. Size 13 to 14 shoes. And oh yeah, G, it was not me, but it could have been some alien out there in space somewhere that did it. And then 13 to 14. Nice. Yeah, do not mess with Sasquatch. That's true. G said credit card companies are so in it, they immediately believe me. Yeah, Chef Billy. He's good at making food. G said, oh, and the thief of a waitress at Applebee's 18 years ago also stole my card info. My debit card emptied my entire account during Christmas. Oh, that's the worst timing ever. That sucks. Men get respect for being big. Right on. G said, with banks, it takes weeks. Took over 6 weeks. Yeah, I've heard about that, G. I've heard about that. Sharon said some credit cards give you notification every time it confirms it's you. And Billy said men get respect for being men. Exactly. That's an even better point. Yeah. Someone that's confident, that's cool. Like men, even tall and short, can be respected for their character also. So height's cool, and also their character too. Yeah, very good point, Billy. Very humble. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like the banks like to be slacking a little bit. I've seen that the banks are slacking. Hey, Ken, we're still live. All right. And Liberty says, "I'm just saying that because I joked about your lawyer." Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Liberty was just making a joke. All right. Yeah, shout out to Billy. Good statement. Yeah, Rodney Dangerfield. I got no respect. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to him. It was pretty cool. Yeah, back to culinary. All right, let's see. The All right, so we have this. It's loading. It's loading. It's loading. Okay. Talk about this barbecue. How barbecue works. Also, Ron White. I had right to remain silent, but I didn't have the ability. Yeah. Barbecue or barbecue is Barbie in Australia. Is a term used with significant regional and national variations to describe various cooking methods that employ live fire and smoke to cook food. The term is also generally applied to devices associated with those methods, the broader cuisines that these methods produce, and the meals or gatherings at which this size of food is cooked and served. The cooking methods associated with the barbecuing is vary significantly. The various regional variations of barbecue can be broadly characterized into those methods which use direct and those which use indirect heating. Indirect barbecues are associated with U.S. cuisine, in which meat is heated by roasting or smoking over wood or charcoal. These methods of barbecue involve cooking, using smoke at low temperatures, and long cooking times for several hours elsewhere. Barbecuing more commonly refers to more direct application of heat grilling of food over the hot coals or a gas fire. This technique is usually done over direct heat and hot fire for a few minutes. Within these broader characterizations are further national regional difference. Also, Ron White, I had the okay. So Liberty, I feel like saying Liberty, Liberty, the commercial LO, and Damon was saying Liberty commercial last night. Liberty never heard of him, but looked him up. He's sectarious, good people, I hear. Liberty said it was a Dachshund. It's in heaven. Real name is Stephanie. And yeah, so shout out to Stephanie, yeah. And also, as you all know, my name is Hansel, or Hansel, as the Germans say, Hansel and Gretel. And I was anointed, I was crowned, and I took my name as Alien Spaceship based on the events of the past, and here we are. And hello, Liza Jean, greetings to you as well. Scared. And the various regional variations of barbecue can broadly categorize a red dot. Okay, etymology spelling. Sharon, my whole name represents pets in heaven. Hidley, Wildy, Miracle, and Owens. Sharon, hey, back from Cocked Canada. I'm a culinary expert. Ask me anything. Yeah, that is true. Billy is a culinary expert. He always gives great insight into the different topics. And he's just Michael. Yeah. English word barbecue and its cognates in other languages come from the Spanish word barbacoa, which has its origins in indigenous America word etymologists believe to be derived from barbecue from the large off Arawak people of the Caribbean and Timucua people of Florida. It has entered some European languages and from of barbacoa, an Oxford Dictionary, traces its words from Hispaniola and translate it as a framework of sticks set upon posts. A popular folk etymology of the word says that the term is derived from the French barbe cuit, from beard to tail, signifying a whole animal being roasted on a spit, but its origin of the word is not supported by academic etymology. All right. Sure. I'm calling for a little bit. Yeah. All right. So, gonna get. All right, Elijah Jean. Yeah, sure. Talk for a little bit, for a few minutes or so. Yeah. Oh, I'm already here. Okay, we're gonna fix the volume, make sure voice. All right. Oh my goodness gracious, bro. Okay. And it was not on that screen anyway. Okay, so here. We have some connection turbulence, so it could be a little bit glitchy, but yeah, you could call in. If the connection has a problem, we'll do it another time. All right, so Liza Jean here. All right, so have some call. She'll call in, and we'll see how it goes. Okay. As I said, we have some connection turbulence, but it's all good. Okay, and we'll wait to see what happens. Yeah. So, all right, here we go. All right.
Hi,
Hello, Liza Jean. How are you?
calling from Canada.
All right. Nice.
What's left of Canada?
Yeah, what's left of Canada?
Um, okay, I don't want to butt in, but just letting you know, like, I rarely now, like, I pop into, ABL show, like, I have so much to thank him for, but I didn't see you there, and you're, like, I was welcomed. That was nice. Okay, I have a real serious question for you,
Yes.
and this is on the heels of my mom just passing away. Okay,
Condolences for
I
your
want to
loss.
know what are your thoughts about heaven?
Thoughts about heaven. So, I think that,
Yeah.
in my interpretation, that when people pass away, that they will, and usually that when they believe in God, they go to heaven, because God would, save them, and also through I'll tell you two different interpretations. So, the Christian interpretation that when people pass away and they believe in Christ, He took their sins on the cross, and that they would be with them. Now, if somebody was not a believer necessarily, it would be up for God to judge them, and I believe that people being good people, I think that only God can know for certain, and that there are people that may not have known Christ, or God would understand what they went through, and they would be there too. And I think people that are evil, they're religious or not religious, would go to a bad place. But so that is what I think about it, and people go to heaven. Now, you could respond.
I think that's awesome.
Yes. All right.
That's really good.
Okay.
Like the thing is, like there are conflicts in my family, and we talk about this stuff. And for example, and I was raised in a very like Christian. My dad was a Baptist minister,
Mm-hmm.
so I was raised to say that unless you be born again, you're not going to heaven. If you don't go to heaven, it's eternity, like torture and chaos, right?
Right.
And so here's the thought, like if you like, all right, if you become a Christian, whatever that means, it means that you are living a life where you are service to others and blah blah blah. But here's the thing, like people are saying that if you ask Christ to come into your heart, you're going to heaven.
Right.
But then there are people like who are PEDOS their whole lives, and at the last minute they say, "Oh Lord," and then they die, and then like people are saying, "I don't want to be in heaven surrounded by people like that." Like this is really fascinating to think about this stuff. And the other thing is wondering whether, and I would like to think like, okay, people are in heaven. Do they have no more contact? Do they have no more awareness of their family on Earth?
I thought about that too.
Quite fascinating.
Right. So, also GSI says, while my great uncles were pastors, and shout out to the motorcycle that's going down the street. It's New Orleans is like that. Okay, so,
Yay!
yeah,
Yay!
I'll call her. Yeah. So, and there's some more coming. Shout out to them in New Orleans. Okay, so basically the chat is condolences for your loss, and yeah, and I've wondered that too, and I do think that relatives that are in heaven can see what's going on. They can see what's going on, but they're in their heavenly state with God. Now I think that they can choose to be and see what's going on. Like I think that there's a certain part realm, according to the Bible and stuff, that you could see everything at the same time, kind of like Interstellar, where there's a concept of this, that the guy was in this different like dimension where he could see everything like in a box from all these different time periods. So I think that they can, and by God's permission, that can be, like my my mom had a dream about her sister that passed away, and she was wearing a pink cupcake thing, and she went to the store next day and saw the same type of cupcake. So I do think there are signs. Now, of course, there's people that I was talking about the other day that believe in some of these demonic stuff where they can summon spirits and things like that. I think that could be something more nefarious, and it's not recommended. But there's a story in the Bible where King Solomon summoned a prophet or somebody with a witch, and they both told him he shouldn't be doing that. I believe God allowed that to happen, but those things are iffy because it's probably some fallen spirit or something we're not supposed to do. So I think accessing things through God is the best thing, and meditating on that stuff makes a person feel good spiritually. I think that wouldn't hurt. Okay, you could say your response.
Well, I think that our soul is an absolute miracle. It's unique to ourselves.
Right.
And I think our soul is eternal.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And so the way that religion has chosen to trap us is to say, when you're in this physical body, you only have one kick at the can. You need to do what we say or you're going to be in hell forever.
Absolutely. The institutions, religions have been used.
And the thing is that when we pass away, our soul, I do believe that soul energy it's like a resonance. And when you look back at the 1920s, when they chose to change the human resonance with music and everything else, I don't know, it's pretty interesting, thinking what happens after our physical body is gone.
Yeah, and you see, there is
and I love the fact that you are on your own. You're on your own journey. I love the fact that you follow the things that you follow.
Thank
you are very dedicated to that, and that's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, thank you so much. And now the people in the chat, some of them came from ABL and other places, and now the majority I'd say right now are from people from the trial chats where I go. I watch trials. I'm very popular, very famous over there too, and they wanted me to go live when the trials are happening. So I've been doing it every day, and it's been going great. So yeah, I'm on my own journey. Yeah, it's been very great, and I do think that religion was used by people to put fear into people and to with their different orders, don't do this, you'll go to hell, this and that. But I do believe having, what GSI is saying, having a relationship with God is different than with the religious orders. So I think that there could be corruption with men, but God can never be corrupted. So it's good to follow Him personally.
Well, the Catholic Church would have us believe that we need to confess our sins to a celibate man in a road, and I believe that Jesus came to tell us that we can have a direct connection with God, with the Creator. That's what I really believe.
Right.
And He said it's very private. You don't need to go and beat your chest or be in a mega church or, it's a very, very personal relationship with the Creator. Every single one of us is absolutely unique. Like our iris, our fingerprints, they're all unique. They don't want us to write anymore because handwriting is individual to ourselves. They just want ones and zeros.
Right.
And Alien, I am 74.
Yes.
All right, and so you give me hope for the future. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I'm honored.
The journey that you're on is very dedicated, and I really honor that.
Thank you. And I always enjoyed you as a mod at ABL.
I miss you calling ABL and doing your little thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've been a mod for so many people. So many people. Even it's ancient history. But no, I just wanted to call in. Thank you for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome.
And I don't look like I think about my mom. I think the important thing is to know that we don't really know what the answers are, but we just need to keep the door open to the divine. And politically, I've backed away. All right, did you ever watch The Apprentice with Trump?
Yes, yes.
I see him. He has upped the game, the art of the deal. He is a master at this. He's upped the game, and he is playing that on a global level now.
Right. Right.
Nobody knows what to do because he is, and he's for the middle class.
Right.
Like, he really is. I've heard just too many thousands of stories of people where he quietly helped them. Like, and people just don't know what to do with him, but I just see him with his silver hair, and I think, what the heck is going to happen next? Like, our whole future depends on this. My sister is the chief of police in Niagara Falls, and that is right next to the border. And the borders have been closed off. They used to be open. You cannot go over the border now without them, like, they take every single device that you have and they download it.
Right.
Okay? And so all the trade across the border is cut off. And I'm just sitting here in Niagara and I'm thinking, what the heck is going to happen next? And, like, if I meet my maker, I'm going to be really, like my mom just did, I'm going to be really pissed off because I'm so curious to see what's going to happen next, like, politically. I'm fascinated.
Right. And
You are exposing things in history. What you're doing on your show is following threads through history, which is going to give people an education that they will not get in the school.
Thank you. Thank you. That really means a lot to me because I've worked, very hard on this stuff. Yeah.
Yes, you have.
Yeah. I do.
And I appreciate that, and I won't hold you. Thank you
Okay. Thank you. Have a good evening.
for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Okay. You're welcome. All right. Shout out to Liza Jean for her excellent call. And yeah, shout out to Gam Catches Up. Good to see you. He has a good channel too. He makes little 3D models and paints the 3D models. He's very cool. Shout out to him. All right. And also, so that was a call from her. Shout out to her. I know her from the ABL show, and I used to be on there, but I am now with my trial chat group, and we're doing live streams all the time, and I enjoy it very much, and it's been helping out the channel. And my other subscribers that subscribe to me like it too, that y'all don't really know because they're lurkers. But yeah, she's very sweet, very sweet. And yeah, right on, Gam. And Gam says energy can't be created nor destroyed. You're welcome, Gam. You're welcome. And yeah, also, so that was a very great call. And as I said, I do call-ins, and also I had the StreamYard mechanism when we could have a panel and we could get everybody on a call to debate. In prayers for Liza Jeans and the sincerest condolences for her loss. And she sounds very youthful, and I really, enjoyed that call. So yeah, basically, I totally, agree with that. With the spirituality is very important. And Gam said, it's not created nor destroyed, and everybody has their own way of finding that. They have their own way of finding that, and I think it's important to have the debates and discussions like we've been doing tonight. It was very important because we're not letting it divide us. We are discussing things, but we're still friends at the end of the day. So that's very also good too. And also, yeah, thank you, Liberty. We love Alien. Yes. And also, Gam says there is a connection between this plane and the other. Traveling between two is almost impossible unless the energy aligns, even that manifests in different ways. Because there's all kinds of ways that it manifests, and it's not created or destroyed. It'll exist, and there's different realms and things that we can explain through science, through quantum science and stuff. Like through quantum science, you can be at two places at the same time. Kind of like how we're here, but we're also there too. And thank you, chat, for the warm welcome for her. And I've had debates on here before with different callers, and it's been really cool. So yeah, so we do calls on the show, and we also the panel I'll open up to in the future. And Also, yeah, I'm glad that y'all appreciate that. So, yeah, I think religion is very important to do. I'll see y'all next time. All right. And as I said, we are about to end it. We are coming to a close. You know, we are closing it out to let everybody know. And always appreciate the support. And so Gam says, so that's how come you will see signs, but you need to simply see them. Understood, Gam. Thank you. Yeah, Liberty, have a great night. See you later. G says, Gam, I've heard because I asked when my friend went to heaven at age 48, she sees us. And the pastor said scripture doesn't 100% identify it, but some scripture actually shows no. Now, as I said, I think that scripture alone is fine, but I do think that the church that came after Jesus is legitimate. So every single one after, not saying the Catholic Church has its issues, but so basically if there's other things that people thought like right after Jesus came, it would not be illegitimate because if he would fail to have preserved his message like he said he would. But as I said, being Bible based is extremely important, and the Bible is very literate, very great information in it. Now, I do think at the same time that there is a heaven, and remember what Jesus said that when he was on the cross with the other person, he said today he'll be in paradise. So he's saying people could go to heaven that day. That's something we have to remember. Yeah, Smokey, I recommend it. He's a political news commentator. I think you'd like him. I'm always the last caller of his show, but recently we've been doing these things instead, which is fine. I've really enjoyed these streams very much. It's only 2 days a week he goes live, but yeah, I recommend following him. All right. And Sharon said, they do say the left hand should never know what the right hand does, but vice versa. Thought in scripture, they also say they see as a matter of fact, not bragging. And also, yeah, good night to Liberty. Good night to Liberty. Yeah. Yeah, so those are my thoughts about the matter. Right? And also, I want to. Yeah, good night. I want to thank all of you for being here. And now we'll be wrapping up the show. And Gam says, you have ever get deleted, or have you ever seen someone or something that you only your passed away friends pray for him may have shown you in a sign? Have you ever? Yes, I believe that there are signs from people that passed away that could show that can show signs. I do agree with that. That there are signs that people can show from the other side. Yes, yes. As I said, just because it's not in the Bible doesn't mean it's not legitimate. Doesn't mean it's not legitimate. And okay, Moki, thank you for leaving me that link. Okay, thank you. And also, I appreciate that. I always appreciate your links. I appreciate that. In chat. And also, we will continue in GAM and GSI. We will talk more about that another day. That you both can come here and debate about that. Yeah, both of you can come. Yeah, both of you can come, and since we're at the end of the show, we will GAM and GSI. We could debate this on another time. That's fine. Oh, thank you, Five Cats. So yeah, thank you, GAM and GSI. Very good discussion, and everybody else. I will do, but I believe it or not, I don't want to bust your chat like I know something. Here. And also, basically, alright, so thank every single one of you for being here. I am glad that you all came here with me. And basically, all of you were very good and very nice talking to everybody. And have a great rest of your week. We'll be most likely live tomorrow at some point. And peace.